Welcome back, folks. Very excited to get started again. I took some time to get my beverages in order, as I have learned already um, from last stream how taxing this can be on my voice. Um, however, I'm I think I'm good. I've got a nice holding the proverbial cat mug. It's a famous mug in my house that has the volume capacity of a bottle of wine, maybe more than that. um, yeah, so we got that filled with some wonderful warm elixir, honey and turmeric and ginger. Uh, if this was sponsored by anything, it's sponsored by those healing elements in my voice. With an accompaniment of water and coconut water, just because. Live a little. But anyway, we're getting back into this. Um, Back into Lamar. Or Lamar. Lamar. Hmm. And we rest. Hmm. Probably help Sophie. Hmm. Do interesting. We have so much to get to. The streetlights filter into the apartment in a stark white glow, as if someone were shooting a movie outside. The art pieces display a tasteful expense entirely fitting the image you have of Sophie. It feels as if 1,000 sins have been committed on these premises, most of them under her benevolent hospitality. Sophie comes to greet you as you enter the living room, shaking her head. You understand that people judge me based on how you dress, don't you? Sophie looks at your clothes as if resigned to your sartorial limitations. Hmm. I've tried to dress inconspicuously because of the masquerade. That's very sensible of you. I suppose I should commend you for that. Sophie walks to the window and looks out, streetlights playing on her features. She reminds you of a queen contemplating the unfortunate limitations of her subjects. You'd think that, as a vampire, at least we wouldn't have to worry about the vultures of the press. Unfortunately, when you have power and ability, there are always parasites trying to feed on you. I used to have a journalist friend, and you know what they're like. Sophie steps away from the window and settles down on a sofa. A wine glass with red liquid in it. Blood, treated as not to spoil. You've become good at noticing the scent. Even from a distance, she doesn't offer you any as you cautiously sit down across from her. This awful man has been stalking my apartment with a camera. He's gone through my trash, talked to the neighbors. Please be a dear and explain to him that there's nothing for him here. One moment. I'm going to adjust where my mic position is. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I can see it in your face. Nonsense. Some rancid beast is stalking me, that's all. It's just that the secrecy of the masquerade is a bore sometimes. A necessary bore, but a bore nonetheless. This must happen often. How do you usually deal with it? Everyone has their own way. Sometimes the problem goes away with a bit of money or sharp words. Other times, you need something more. Do you know anything about this reporter? Man? Woman? Young? Old? Anything like that? All gossip reporters look the same to me. Time for you to go. I have business to attend to. Leave the apartment as Sophie disappears into another room. You don't have a clear idea of the game she plays with the city's mortal and immortal power structures, but she always seems to be making a move. Outside on the street, there's a slight, warm drizzle, the kind that gets under your clothes and makes you want to take a shower when you get back to your own haven. No reporters immediately jump out to you. New York smells of people, thousands and thousands of them packed together. It takes a moment for you to get grips with the full panoply of sensation. Once you do, there's one that sticks out. Cheap aftershave. The strong imprint of someone who has hung around the building a lot. Strong enough to persist despite the light rain. Still cigarette smoke. Sweat. You follow your hunch, and as you walk closer, you reflect on how sometimes being kindred makes things so easy. You enter an alley, a dark, dingy space between two tall buildings. Once upon a time, a place like this might have worried you, made you think of muggings and violence. Now it's clear that the most dangerous thing here is you. The man you are following seems to realize this too. He holds his camera in front of him like a shield, its heavy objective resting on his paunch. With the start, you recognize him. You remember the face, the shaded sunglasses from a picture next to a byline in some trashy paper. The article was about a friend of yours, an artist who was reported to be dating a celebrity. It was true, but the celebrity didn't want to be associated with your friend and broke it off afterwards. For months, your friend cursed Doherty's name.
Hey, don't want to go scare people like that.
Wow, you're Frank Doherty? I'm a huge fan. Love your work.
Thank you. It's nice to have one's work appreciated.
What are you reporting on?
I'm not sure you can help me. Well, perhaps you can. Do you live here? I'm working on a story about a local resident. Her name, Sophie Langley. Everybody knows her in high society circles. From the way you look, I'm guessing you might know her too. She's a redhead, pretty as a picture, and there were a lot of pictures of her throughout the years. That's the thing, in fact. Look at this.
Frank pulls out his phone and starts showing you pictures. Some have been downloaded from news sites, while others are photos from society pages of newspapers from past decades. All show Sophie. She has different clothes, hairstyles, makeup, names, but the face remains the same. They're all hot. Other than that, I'm not sure.
Come on, look at the face. It's always the same.
You must have a theory about what's happening.
I have a theory or two. But before I print my theory, I need facts to back it up. 3 words. Extreme plastic surgery. All the celebrities do it. Only her doctor is better than the rest.
You look critically at the photos on Frank's phone. You think the world's best plastic surgeon is working out of this alley?
Okay, fine. I don't know what this is about. So how would you explain it?
Have you considered the possibility that those photos are a hoax?
Sure, anything could be a hoax, but I dug up those old papers from the archive myself. I got to have something usable.
Frank, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to give you something you can work with. Take it. Frank was clearly taken aback by the change in your tone, but he's a gossip reporter. He's used to people trying to push him.
Look, I'm a reporter. You can bluster, but you can't hide the truth.
We'll initiate legal proceedings against your newspaper for harassment. You only have a job because somebody at your paper feels sorry for you. Do you think they'll keep you on once you become a liability?
I know that. You don't have to rub it in my face, asshole.
It's your choice. I'm not your enemy. Desist, and there won't be any trouble. Frank is taken aback at the brutality of your tone. He has been intimidated many times before, but he also knows that sometimes the threats are real. This time, he senses you're not kidding. He's just an aging man trying to salvage a career.
Hey, you win. I hope you and Sophie Langley have a happy life.
Deflated and hunched over, Frank drudges away from the alley. You stare at his receding figure. It's hard not to feel sorry for him. In Sophie Langley, he took on something way too powerful for a small fish like himself. A recent string of violent killings has the Red Hook district of Brooklyn on edge. Sophie mentioned that Kyle al-Asmi has a secret associate investigating the murders, a Nosferatu neonate by the name D'Angelo. If you help him out, you might be persuaded to form a lasting partnership. As you make your way down Clinton Street, the incessant hum of traffic gives way to the ominous silence of the waterfront. You stop to take in the familiar bouquet of the Hudson, make all the more potent by your recent sharpened senses. Across the basin, The Red Hook grain terminal rears its rusty frame. Once a bustling industrial area, now a sleeping giant splayed out of the riverbank, forgotten, abandoned. Conveniently so, especially for one of the hidden. Keeping to the shadows, you sneak closer to the dilapidated complex, making your way past hole wooden silos and wobbly chain-link fences. By the time you reach the entrance to the main building, you can almost feel the rust particles making themselves cozy at the back of your throat. Not getting your hopes up, you give the door a slight nudge. To your surprise, it gives almost instantly. Looks like someone's been using it recently. Once inside, you find yourself in a large, empty hall. Looking around, you can almost picture it back in its heyday, stacked to the rafters with heavy machinery. You noticed a set of stairs leading up to a mezzanine, most likely an office space, and then you see it, a faint light coming from one of the upper rooms. Looks like you're in luck. Quietly, with bated breath, you climb the steps and approach the dimly lit room. The door creaks open, revealing what looks like an old-timey detective's office, complete with crooked window blinds, an overflowing ashtray, and paper scattered across a wooden desk. Suddenly, it hits you. That nagging feeling. This is all too convenient, too inviting. Before you can react, the trap is already sprung. A plume of cigar smoke wafts over your shoulder. The barrel of a gun rubs against your spine. A raspy voice whispers in your ear.
Let me guess. Took a wrong turn at the third silo.
Driven by a strange hunch, you open your mouth. You hear yourself talking, but the words are not yours. They seem to be coming from the deepest recesses of your memory. A movie you saw as a child. You don't know why, but it seems oddly appropriate. I know what you're thinking. This punks ain't got nothing on me. I'm sitting pretty on a loaded Cold Detective special. 5 in the cylinder, 1 in the chamber, and I only need the 1. As corny as it all sounds, the stranger seems oddly receptive to your tough guy monologue, so you decide to bump it up a notch. Focusing your will, you boost your aura, filling the room with your presence. Your voice becomes smooth, oozing with charisma, a regular Sam Spade. You yourself can't help but feel a sense of awe. Hopefully the stranger feels it too. But then there's this nagging feeling. What if there's more to this guy than he lets on? What if he's got me right where he wants me? Maybe I should hear what he has to say. Is that right? Yeah. So how about we drop the tough guy act and talk like adults? You can always shoot me once we're done. For a few tense seconds, the room grows quiet. So quiet, in fact, you could swear you can actually hear the smoke swirling in the air. Finally, the stranger speaks again.
You've got a point there, kid.
In a strange interplay of light and shadow, the stranger reappears from his desk. Seeing him in his full, for lack of a better word, glory, you can't help but smirk. This is the dreaded Nosferatu. The way Sophie described them, you were expecting some grotesque monstrosity. But this guy, The clothes, the swagger, the hard-boiled detective routine, it all comes across as a bad joke. Still, when it comes to appearances, his lineage is undeniable. From 30 feet away, he could probably pass for a bum with a nasty skin condition. From 5 feet away, he looks like something made to be seen from 30 feet away. He leans back in his chair, casually pointing his gun at you.
So, what brings you to my humble office?
I'm here about the Red Hook murders.
Yeah, that nasty business. What's it got to do with me?
A lot, apparently. At least, Kadir seems to think so. His expression sours.
Not a name you want to casually toss around, kid. But hey, I get it. You're not some random schmuck who wandered in here off the street. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Name's D'Angelo. Gin to my friends. So you can call me D'Angelo. Who I work for is less important. What I'm working on, however.
Isn't going well. I think you could use some help. He gives you a look that's dirty, even by Nosferatu standards.
Well, ain't you clever?
D'Angelo lowers his shades. For a few seconds, he sits motionless with his eyes fixed on yours. Suddenly, he raises his gun, almost making you flinch. Almost. Then he twirls it in his shoulder holster in a flashy display that definitely looks like it was practiced. A lot. In front of a mirror. You see the Nosferatu's lips move, but the quiet mumbling clearly isn't meant for your ears. Listening in, you're able to catch snippets of his monologue.
Sure, they seem to care. What was the endgame? What was their angle? Everybody's got one, even if they pretend like they don't. Especially then, what the hell? Maybe this town finally got to me.
He pauses, sticks a fresh cigar between his crooked teeth.
Maybe a good leap of faith is all of what the doctor ordered.
As he reaches into his pocket, you flash a lit lighter before his eyes. Or maybe you could use a healthy dose of unhealthy. For a split second, he gives you a puzzled look. Then he leans over to your lighter, puffing on the cig as it catches fire. A wry smile comes to his lips.
I like you, kid. You might look like a used car salesman, but there's just something about you. Tell you what, I was just about to head back to the crime scene. Take a look around, refresh my notes. You can tag along if you want to. I could use an assistant. Someone to take notes and make wild assumptions for me to shoot down. Who knows? If you're any good, I might consider making this a long-term arrangement.
What are we waiting for?
Just one more thing. You've still got me at a disadvantage here. Seems like you've done some digging on me, but with you, I barely scratched the surface. You catch my drift? Hello? So, answer me this. Who was it that sent you into my neck of the woods? Or, in layman's terms, who do you work for?
I'd rather keep it to myself, at least for the time being. To your surprise, a smile wriggles its way across D'Angelo's lips. He doesn't seem all that bothered by your reticence. Reticence?
Fair enough, kid. Hey, at least you're upfront about it. But just so you know, if you're gonna play the game, sooner or later, you're gonna have to show your cards.
One blink is enough for you to miss D'Angelo vanishing from his chair. Just when you're about to look around, he reappears right next to you, up close. His smile is even more unnerving.
Alright, moonlight's burning. Let's get cracking.
With a certain fascination, you watch D'Angelo stumble his way across West Brooklyn. Oddly animated, incessantly scratching his face and neck, stopping every once in a while for a bout of mumbling narration. He is most certainly a sight to behold. Still, he seems to be getting around okay, and you take particular note of the fact that he seems to be choosing the darker, less frequent streets. There is definitely a method to his madness. Eventually, your leprous guide takes a sudden turn off of Van Brunt Street into a particularly dingy alleyway. The torn pieces of yellow police tape are a dead giveaway. This has to be the place.
Well, here we are. Time for you to earn your stripes. This is where they found him, drained dry, not a drop of blood in him. Before you ask, no, I didn't get to see the body, so I don't know if there were any bite marks. So what can you tell me?
You take a moment to examine the crime scene. Judging by the chalk outline on the pavement, the man was killed recently. Curiously, there doesn't appear to be a trace of blood or viscera, and you know the city's cleanup crew isn't that fast, or that thorough. Looking up, you notice a spray painting sign on the wall. It reads, "The Blood Speaks," in big, crooked letters. You look to D'Angelo. The Nosferatu gives you an expecting look. You point at the spray-painted sign. That looks like a clue.
Sure, kid. Might as well start with the elephant in the room. What do you think it means?
You give the sign a good hard look. It's no Rembrandt. The writing is jagged, clearly done in a hurry. It seems desperate.
My thoughts exactly. That if someone wanted to get a message across, but was too scared to stick around and write the whole damn book, so we got the abridged version. And then there's the blood, or lack thereof. And given that the murder was committed right here and the victim didn't make a sound, we can therefore conclude that
the killer was Kindred.
bingo. Only a kindred could drain a human this quickly, this quietly. Tell me, if you were to guess, which clan would you say our killer belongs to?
Who are Thin Bloods? We're gonna look in our dictionary. Well, I guess we do it because we don't know what it is. This has Thin Bloods written all over it. Vampires with blood so diluted they retain many human traits. The Thin Bloods are invariably clanless. Survivors of the last decades of pogroms, prejudice, and ostracization, their numbers now swell. Interesting, I did not know this. Their messy street alchemy and ability to pass as humans makes them uniquely suited to thrive outside kindred society and make their own fate in the post-modern nights. The thin-blooded can be of any mortal origin, and are not affected by the parent clan's curse, nor by their preferences in the same degree as their sire. In 2009, the inner circle of the Camarilla issued an edict that all thin-blooded must be branded or tattooed with the mark of the crescent moon, inked by a Tremere tattoo artist or scorched with a beam of sunlight. The brand is irreversible. Many Corinthians still view the Thin Bloods as a threat to the Masquerade, weaklings, runoffs, abortions, and will destroy them given the chance. Those who don't despise Thin Bloods tend to call them the Young Ones, Chameleons, or Duskborns. Interesting. D'Angelo smiles approvingly.
In bright neon letters. A fully fledged kindred would use his powers to lure the victim somewhere out of sight, and they certainly wouldn't stick around with the shitty art project.
He pauses, spits out the mangled remains of a cigar.
Shit, looks like we're gonna have to pay Lawson a visit.
You don't sound too happy about it.
It's complicated. Lawson's got a neat setup for Thin Blood anyway. Lives with his family. A mortal family, mind you. Even though he's a primogen, he's managed to shield them from kindred politics, and that takes some doing. Not sure if he knows who the killer is, but he could probably make an educated guess. In any case, we'd be doing him a favor if it turns out he's one of his violating the Masquerade. It would put him in a hell of an awkward position, and I mean shitting upside down awkward. It's the kind of weakness that other primogen would love to exploit. His position in the council is bad as it is.
He pauses for a moment and mumbles to himself, but it's too quiet for you to make out. Finally, he lights up a fresh cigar. He takes a puff and lets the smoke escape through his crooked smile.
All right, kid. Let's get this over with.
Compared to the industrial ugliness of Red Hook, Sterling Place is quite a change of scenery. The heavily gentrified and pleasantly dull residential area emanates the sort of peaceful apathy that rich hipsters scoff at and blue-collar workers dream of. All of a sudden, the Nosferatu stops. It almost seems like he was taking a deep breath, steeling himself for things to come.
This is the place.
With that, he points to a surprisingly looking two-story house. The place is almost completely dark. Almost. You notice a dim light shining through the curtains of an upper-story window. It's probably safe to assume that the head of the family is working late, especially if the head of the family happens to be a vampire.
Okay, kid. We got to the
Apologies. I'm gonna have some tea.
Okay, kid. We gotta be gentle about this. I'm talking velvet gloves, soft cushions, you rang my lord, gentle. We need to get Larson out here without making a fuss or letting his family see us. If we blow this, we'll shut down like a speakeasy on raid night. Trust me, I know.
Do what we can. We do what we can. Sounds like you two have some history.
Sounds right, but that's a story for another time. Right now, let's stick to why we're here. Tell you what, how about you take the lead on this one? I'm curious to see how you handle it.
You take a step back and look around the area. The lit-up window seems to be a safe bet. Now it's just a matter of getting Larson's attention. His and no one else's. As you're trying to come up with a viable strategy, you are suddenly startled by a loud noise. It takes you a second to identify the sound of a dog's barking. It doesn't take you long to figure out where it came from, as a bearded man leading a Rottweiler on a leash comes into view. Yeah, probably. Oh, okay. As you turn towards the man with the dog, D'Angelo gives you a worried look.
Kid?
Shushing him with a gesture, you plunge into the shadows and crouch behind a well-trimmed hedge. True to his word, D'Angelo follows your lead. He doesn't seem too happy about it.
You best not be thinking of what you're thinking.
You tense up, waiting for the man to get closer. When he does, you spring from the darkness, grabbing both of his arms and sinking your teeth into his neck. His blood gushes into your mouth, thick with surprise and yet laced with just enough fear. It's all so quick and yet so sublime. The man goes limp. His best friend does not. The dog goes off on a barking spree that would make a dead man cover his ears. You tear away from your victim, ready to let the beast loose on the hapless canine. D'Angelo, however, is quick to curtail your murderous appetite. The detective approaches the animal, looks it straight in the eye. He mumbles something under his breath, an oddly melodic whisper. Mesmerized by the chant, the dog grows quiet and lays on his back, allowing D'Angelo to pat his belly. Suddenly, you notice lights turning on in some of the houses. D'Angelo gives you an angry look and points to the unconscious man in your arms.
Get out of sight, now!
Heeding his advice, you hoist the man over your shoulder and carry him to the nearest bush. Just as you're getting up, a very unassuming and slightly unshaven man in a turtleneck approaches D'Angelo. He doesn't seem happy to see him. I was worried about that. But thank God the Nosferatu's got some skills.
Are you fucking insane? I mean, I know you are, but this is nuts, even by your standards, D'Angelo.
You glance over at D'Angelo. He looks somewhat embarrassed, scratching the back of his neck, clearly trying to find the right angle to play this. I guess we lean in?
Hey, if anyone's nuts here, that would be me. Keep up that attitude and you'll find out firsthand. Wonderful. I see your choice in associates hasn't improved. Yeah, I'm as bad as they come. Want to have a go? Is that supposed to be intimidating? D'Angelo, what's going on? It's about the Red Hook murders. We think one of yours is responsible. Bullshit. A Duskborn's got enough trouble just staying alive out here. What could possibly make them openly violate the Masquerade? Desperation. The killer's been leaving messages, whoever they are. I think they know something. Something they can't share with just anyone. I know it seems far-fetched, but it's the only way this puzzle fits together. I don't buy it. You're reaching. Trying to find a scapegoat. Get in your boss's good graces. Words get around, D'Angelo. You think I don't know who you're working for?
what if we start breaking bones until you give us what we want? Who's gonna stop us, Thin Blood?
Go ahead. Do your worst. We'll see how Panhard reacts to a member of her council being assaulted by some fresh-faced troglodyte.
D'Angelo gets in between you and Larson.
I've just about had it with you two. You shut up. No one's breaking anything. Robert, you have my word. This is not about you. It's about the case, as always. One way or another, I will find out who did this. And if it's one of yours, I promise you'll be the first to know.
Larson looks off into the distance, pondering his options. He lets out a heavy sigh.
Look, I'll ask around, consult my sources. If it turns out one of my own is responsible, they will face justice. In the meantime, keep your deductions to yourself. I have enough trouble as it is. Deal. Good. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to my family.
And with that, Larson retreats to the elusive safety of his home. You decide it's best to move along. You walk a couple blocks in utter silence. Even D'Angelo's mumbling seems to have taken a back seat. Oddly enough, you find his newfound reticence somewhat unnerving. Finally, the Nosferatu stops and turns toward you.
Hell of a night. I don't know about you, kid, but I sure could use a drink. Something warm in a tall, sweaty glass. But first, let me tally your score. Let's see now. You did make a good first impression. I like someone who can talk themselves out of a tight spot. Talking's cheap. Bullets? Not so much. You held your own at the crime scene, nothing I hadn't figured out on my own, but hey, we can't all be professionals. Finally, when the situation called for subtlety, you managed to avoid unwanted attention. Discretion is what separates a private dick from just any old dick. All in all, you did fine. Not fine, but not bad for your first case. Don't let it get into your head. I'll be in touch. Let you know if I hear from Lawson. Be ready to meet me at the office.
He starts to walk away, but stops suddenly and turns back toward you.
And bring a notepad. Every good assistant should have one.
I do like the detective work. The detective work is fun. Kadir al-Asmai, the sheriff of New York City, is knocking at the door of your haven. The sight comes as more than a little shocking. If he had business with you, you'd either expect to see him already inside, or never see him coming at all. Yet there he is, on the other side of the people, patiently and politely waiting for you to let him in. You carefully unlock the door and face him in silence.
Evening. May I come in?
You simply stare at him. Your lack of an answer doesn't faze him, and your lack of resistance as he starts walking inside has obviously been interpreted as a permission. Once inside, he starts looking around as you cautiously stay by the door.
Haven't really had time to make this place your own yet, have you? It feels like Langley's apartment through and through. A secluded study where no but he studies anything. Look at the books on this shelf. Obviously meant to impress guests, not to be read. They reveal nothing about their owner, aside from the aching desire to be taken seriously as an intellectual. He picks one of them up and smirks before putting it away. The phenomenology of spirit. Hey, Egel. Next to all this garbage poetry, we can make a bet. If she reads more than 20 pages, I owe you $50 and a gallon of blood. The kind of place that self-professed hermits entomb themselves in to suffer. Considering how much you have to run around these nights, you probably only use it to shelter from the sun and rest, right? Even though he's obviously making an effort to come off as non-threatening, it's impossible to forget the first impression he made. You still see him as a fierce predator, trying hard not to expose his true colors. You sense a familiar fight-or-flight response as you struggle to find a diplomatic answer to his last question. If Kadir is bothered by your silence, he doesn't let it show. He keeps walking around, toying with whatever catches his eye. Eventually, he speaks up again. Watch any baseball lately? If I had to guess, you strike me as a Red Sox fan.
I am a Red Sox fan.
Now he's inviting you to talk in a more direct manner.
You attempt to overcome your physical reaction to him and reply as casually as you can. Which one do we choose?
Your mind keeps going back to that night when everything was changed forever. Waking up in hell with a body next to you. Spending a night in that underground sweatbox, unsure of what will happen next. That endless car ride. 3 strikes. A bloodthirsty crowd. That blade. A rebirth. A baptism by fire. A frightening executioner who made sure the flames scarred your spirit. As you look into his face, you realize he's read the emotions from yours. Not in the mood to exchange pleasantries. There's no animosity in his voice. He's just stating a fact. Let me get straight to the point, then. He momentarily stops caring about his surroundings, turning all of his attention to you, and demanding the entirety of your attention in return. You see, there's something I've realized over the years. In large part, I may have been hired just to look menacing with a sword, but my job is all about seeing through bonds and relationships. The Camarilla would be safe as long as its members adhered to certain social contracts, making their dealings and affinities plain for everyone to see. But that, obviously, remains a pipe dream. This is a community of born conspirators, overly ambitious gangsters and politicians, monsters in denial, all sort of tragically broken individuals. They are driven by desires that make them incompatible with the Masquerade, incompatible with prolonged survival of the Camarilla, incompatible with the methods I used to operate. And so, I am doomed to be like a cop, constantly insulted behind my back, maybe for a good reason, but immediately called for help whenever someone loses their tableware. Or like an Agatha Christie protagonist, outwardly assisted by everyone but constantly lied to about everyone's past and motivations, even if my failure to solve the mystery might be the end of us all. He tries to sound like he's peacefully resigned to his fate, but it's easy to detect a tinge of regret in his voice, a voice belonging to someone who once had bigger ambitions than this. What broke him? So, you see, for this detective, the why done it is far more important than the who done it and how done it. How you understand all the players and their mutual obligations, you easily understand every crime. But of course, the kindred know it, so they devise ways to make my job much harder, just like conspiracies between two unrelated actors that depend on scratching each other's backs for mutual security. Or they enforce a blood bond to make someone unexpected their thrall, a boss serving their employee, a rebel serving a tyrant, just because one is regularly being forced to drink another's blood. What has Sophie seen in you? Why does the prince keep asking me about your actions? How come you're being pushed to build your own coteries so fast? You are surrounded by unclear motivations which you yourself don't understand. That unnerves me, and it should unnerve you as well.
Oh, and what are your motivations? Finally, you manage to raise your voice. Kadir notices the effort and smiles softly.
So you haven't gone mute since the last time I saw you. Good. Well, I'm here for a selfish reason. I need to develop a rapport with you to better fulfill my obligations. The last time we met, I couldn't see you as my equal. Now that you've been accepted in the Camarilla, what choice do I have? I'd understand if you didn't want to see my face again, but I'm one of the faces of the New York City community, and as long as you're a part of it, it's going to be impossible to avoid me. Especially when I have business with you, and I do. As you might have guessed by now, one of my tasks is uncovering and understanding your bonds, and one of them might endanger our community.
Well, that's not menacing at all. Who is he talking about? Is this about Kaiser? Kadir shakes his head.
That leper is bad news if you ask me. But who doesn't trade information with him these days? No, they're not a major player.
He produces a file from underneath his coat and passes it to you.
This is our troublemaker.
You open the file and see some printed photos. You freeze up as you recognize the face and are overwhelmed by a flood of repressed memories. Emma. The only person who's kept you hanging on through all these years. The only person you have in your corner, your never-ending fight against the world. You've kept your shit together so far. Try not to think about her until you got everything sorted out. But seeing her face brings a lump to your throat. You look up at Kadir, expecting answers.
I'll be frank. At first thought, I thought you were a total commercial failure. Someone destined to eventually disappear from the streets of New York without a trace or one soul to care. But it looks like your sister is the best guardian one could have asked for. Lots of friends in high places and lots of favors to collect. The word is, she'll do anything to get you back. The risk of endangering us is relatively low, but far from non-existent, which means your sister must be stopped. Must be stopped sounds threatening. You dread thinking what he's planning. I'll arrange for your two to meet tomorrow so that you can straighten the situation out and say goodbye to the life you've forsaken. He'll arrange. What? Your eyes must look like saucers right now. Usually, these matters are left to my discretion, and I can't think of an easier solution. The lost sheep reappears, takes care of unfinished business, and disappears, never to be seen again. Nobody cares. It's simple. It's clean. No contrived schemes. No unnecessary victims. And it gives me an opportunity to learn more about you as I observe. When neonates interact with kine they used to hold dear, their true natures are laid bare for everyone to see. Of course, he's investigated in on being kind to you. Of course, he's invested in being kind to you. Or he's making clear his self-serving intentions so that you don't start figuring them out yourself. Any objections? Any alternatives are probably worse. You shake your head. Very well. I'll arrange a meeting and drive you there tomorrow. Better come up with a load of bull that's easy to swallow. He disappears from the apartment, leaving you as confused as the last time he closed the door on you. God damn it. You need to think it through. For a long time, you just sit in your haven, lost in your thoughts, trying to come up with lies that will convince the only person who's ever seen the real you. I think we do this. Last time, you failed to resolve the situation with your stalker. You have to get a handle on that one way or another. Walking down the street near your haven, you suddenly spot a young, disheveled woman leaning against a wall. She looks you straight in the eye and disappears into an alley. She is your stalker. You're certain of it. You take a few running steps to catch up with her, determined to find out what this is all about. Ducking into the alley,
you come upon a grisly scene. An old man, a pensioner really, lies broken on the ground, telltale puncture marks on his neck. 3 vampires stand above the corpse, licking their lips. All were embraced young, 2 men and a woman, black hoodies, bicycle chain, a facial tattoo. You've never seen them before, and you assume you know why. They're anarchs.
Hey, it's a Camarilla fucker, just as promised. I like beating up these privileged little shits.
You walk into the simplest ambush in the world. The woman you saw briefly at the mouth of the alley is nowhere in sight. Perhaps that shouldn't be surprising, given her obvious powers of invisibility. You know what? Let's do this another night. Bye. There's a chain link fence at the end of the alley. You engage the powers of your blood and run right past the anarchs, vaulting over the fence. They run in pursuit, and one has supernatural speed too. However, she struggles to keep up as you slip from alley to alley, taking a shortcut through a small park and vanishing into the subway station. It's difficult to keep up with vampiric speed, even if you have similar powers. Once you emerge back above ground, you wonder what this means. Your mystery stalker was clearly willing to endanger the Masquerade to get you beaten up. Yet, it didn't feel like they were going to kill you. Whatever it was, your reflexes saved you from a face full of hurt. Well. Knock, knock. You'd ask, who's there? But you don't know if the sheriff of New York would play along. When you open the door, you see him toying with the car keys he's holding in his hand.
Ready to go, fledgling?
You don't feel like it, but you give him a nod, nevertheless.
Excellent. Stay close.
He leads you down to the vehicle he's parked nearby. Once again, he takes the wheel, literally and figuratively. Everything inside is just the way you remember it, down to the rear view mirror reflecting the intense stare of your guide. However, the trip itself feels notably different. The last time Kadir drove you around, you were forcibly dragged. He was forcibly dragging you away from your old life. This time, he's pulling you back into it.
Let me tell you how it's going to go. As I said, I've arranged a meeting between you and your kin. It's going to take place somewhere you should know very well. I'll watch over you two from a safe distance to make sure you adhere to the rules. You should know those very well, but I'll reiterate, just so you can't ever say I didn't warn you. Don't do anything that would violate the Masquerade. Don't establish some secret routes of contact. I will know. Do treat it as the last time you two will meet. Take this chance to wrap everything up. Here's your story. Your find. Found yourself at a crossroads. Decided to radically change your life and move out of the city. The subway is unbearable. The rent is too high. They've heard it all. However, you wouldn't leave for good without saying farewell to the only person you cared for. He gives you a compassionate stare. It's going to leave a scar, boy, but a true Artist knows those are not something to hide, but to display with pride. You're a fresh corpse. People you meet can still leave a mark on you. One night, a long time from now, you'll realize you miss collecting new wounds.
The car makes a sudden turn.
I'll leave the finer details to you. Just be so kind and don't make me regret it.
You can sense he's going out of his way for you, but doesn't try to force you into gratitude by stating it plainly. If you know, you know. You'll see if you are worthy of his aid.
We're here.
You take a look around and recognize your destination. He was right. It is a familiar place. It's right next to that exhibition space, the one where you met your future sire. This is where you saw Emma for the last time.
This is where you last saw poor Lamar. Who knows whatever might have happened to him. That's what your sister is trying to find out. I took the liberty of messaging her in your stead. She's up there, waiting for you to come and explain yourself.
He turns off the engine and relaxes comfortably in his seat. You silently leave the car and head straight for the exhibition space. The elevator ride up just doesn't seem to end. After what feels like 5 hours, but in reality is closer to 30 seconds, you finally reach your floor. Em is standing there, looking at the paintings. She's trying to act carefree, but is holding onto her bag a little too tightly. When she hears your footsteps, she's startled. Then she sees you, and her eyes immediately fill with tears. She runs up to you and gives you a hearty hug. God damn it, Lamar! God damn it! You stay in her arms, silent, for a little while. The bonds of blood run deep. This feels right. You're so cold. What happened to you? You look into her eyes and start searching your heart for a lie that would satisfy her. But if only a little bit. So you see, I met this man, and he was interested in art, in the art I make, and he was from the other side of the world. You stop mid-sentence. It's perfectly obvious that you're not exactly telling the truth, and her expression makes it obvious that she knows. What happened, Lamar? Lamar, talk to me. All the life-saving work she sent your way, from that concept artist job to this very exhibition. I'm losing my mind. I talked to literally everyone I know to ask when the last time they saw you was. All the time she helped you get your shit together. I've always been honest with you. Least you can do is return the favor. She has, and she absolutely deserves to know. But she can't. Kadir is waiting downstairs. Lamar! Her voice startles you. Your first instinct is to run. Like the beast you've become. You trust it. Lamar? You can't do this. Not now. Not like this. She watches as you, kindred, an undying creature of the night, zoom away from her, run into the elevator, and press the ground floor button. This might be the last time you ever see each other. At least look her in the eye and force yourself to tell her one last thing. Fuck. hate me. I'll contact you one day and explain everything. She's too stunned to react as the elevator doors close. You slide down the wall, hiding your face in your arms. You find your own priorities disgusting. But what gets you down the most is not the fact that you failed to give closure to the only person you cared about. It's more that you failed to make this farewell beautiful. It makes you feel like a failure of an artist. Even with all this newfound power, you still can't express yourself through the canvas of your life. You're still stuck in your old ways. But you know Em. She'll take the pain you've caused her and use it to make art that resonates, that sells. What if authentic trauma is the best gift you could find to repay all her generosity? Jesus Christ, you're disgusting. If you consider all of those emotions commodities, no wonder you're a failure as an artist. This elevator door opens. Better run while she's still up there. Back to Kadir's car. Once you close the door, he instantly puts his foot on the gas pedal. Walking off the pitch with no regrets. Said everything you had to say. Kadir sighs. Yeah, that's what I gathered from here. I'll keep an eye on the situation. Placate her somehow if she won't stop looking. I've got some well-tested methods. Non-violent, of course. He gives you a good stare via the rear view mirror. You're an artist, aren't you? You nod, half-heartedly. So you, of all people, should know that things never work out the way you plan. There could always be more time to plan, tools that could help you execute it better. Perfection is just an accident. The only thing you can do is give it your best shot given the circumstances. Immediately move on to the next thing. When all is said and done, regret is nothing but narcissism and a waste of time. Sophie, your coterie, those are the materials you've been given, and they are potent ones. Make the best use of them, so that they might create something more beautiful than your artist's tools ever did. And as a side note, I envy you. I wish I still had someone to make my knees feel like jelly. Even when you can't see them anymore, just knowing they're there keeps you in touch with what you once were. The car speeds up to cross an intersection before the light turns red. You give Kadir a good, hard look. Thanks. It doesn't feel like a, how would you call it, very vampire thing to say. But you say it, nevertheless. He's visibly taken aback, and his usually furrowed brow smooths out for a moment. Then he takes on a serious, slightly sorrowful expression. Don't suck up to me, kid. Mr. Bad Guy is still here, and without a doubt he will go back to decapitating suckers like you any time now. The car starts slowing down. We're here. You look out the window and see your haven. Take care. I'll see you around. Just pray I don't have to see you too often. You leave the car and start walking to your haven, thinking about Kadir. Can't say you're fond of him with the welcome he gave you and all, but after tonight, you can't say that you aren't either. You're gonna need some more time to understand him That's for sure. You've taken care of Frank Doherty, but apparently there's someone still staking out Sophie's apartment. He's not that stupid, is he? The weather is cold and windy. As you walk to Sophie's apartment, as a vampire, that doesn't matter anymore. You may have been saddled with eternal hunger, but at least you can ignore the wind chill. Just as you come to the door of Sophie's building, she storms out, murmuring into her phone. Yes, I know. Don't worry. I trust you to handle it. You've heard Sophie talk to her associates before. It's always the same. Generalities and vague suggestions. It makes you think she's involved in mysterious machinations, yet doesn't tell you anything. Sophie is dressed to kill. There's nothing unusual in that. She likes to make an impression. A black car with tinted windows is waiting for her in front of the door. A chauffeur steps out to open the car door for her. Sophie notices you. I'm glad you're in the neighborhood. If you could look around for me one more time, that would be wonderful. You told me you got rid of that reporter. Turns out, he's still here, snooping around. Sophie is very good at communicating disappointment. She doesn't have to do much to make it clear that she's unhappy to have to return to the issue. I'll take care of it. After tonight, he won't be any trouble anymore. Good. Don't disappoint me. The reporter talked his way into the building during the day. Once the doorman understood what was happening, he threw him out. He showed old pictures of me to my neighbors. It's very awkward, you understand. Sophie disappears into the car, and the chauffeur closes the door behind her. You watch as the sleek vehicle disappears into the Manhattan traffic. Just one anonymous car among many. Best sit down somewhere and devise a plan of action. You go to a nearby diner, settle into a booth, and order a coffee from the steely-eyed Latino waitress. As she brings you your cup, you describe Frank Doherty to her on the off chance she's seen something. Just as she's about to answer, you happen to look outside. Something catches your eye. The diner is brightly lit, so you lean closer to the window to see the street through it. You got lucky. Frank is standing on the sidewalk on the other side of the street, looking at something on his phone. You slide out of the booth, throwing a few small bills on the table, mumbling something to the waitress. You step outside. You keep out of sight and follow Frank patiently. His scent is so strong that you don't have to see him to stay on his trail. He disappears into an alley. It's different from the last encounter, but could as well be the same for all the protection it'll afford him.
Oh God, it's you again. Please, I'm working on a different story, I swear.
Frank retreats deeper into the alley. It's fine, Frank. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot last time.
Yes.
Frank appears relieved and even smiles a little.
Okay, I'm sorry I tried to bullshit you. Just tell me how I can help you.
I find it hard to believe that your bullshit is so interesting your employer keeps sending you here again and again.
A story's a story, I mean. Look, I don't want any trouble. I can't see that you're serious. There is something to Sophie Langley. I think you know what it is.
You take a long, hard look at Frank Doherty. He's a tenacious man, but not brave. After the last time you met, you were sure he had been dealt with. Where did he find the courage to come here again? I like you, Frank. You don't give up. What's your real angle here?
Everybody plays an angle. That's one of those things you learn in my profession. You're smart. You know that there will be others after me. If there's a real story, they will come and find it. Your best shot is with a friendly reporter, someone you can trust, someone like me. So what do you say? Go get ahead of the story. It'll be good for you and Miss Langley too.
You almost believe it, but something feels off about Frank. You don't say anything at first. It's easy to dismiss Frank as a joke. A has-been. Yet there's something beneath his talk. Another story. A moment of silence is all you need for your presence to properly register in Frank's mind. He's too weak-willed to resist. Someone's leaning on you, Frank. Come clean.
What? No. Absolutely not.
Frank's voice sounds shrill. You know you got it right in one guess.
Sometimes you just need some extra money, that's all.
Where does this extra money come from?
There's a guy. He's paying me well, that's all. But I can't talk about that.
Oof. Come on. You can give me more than that.
No, really. Even I don't know all that much about these people.
Why do they want information on Sophie Langley?
They seem to think there's something unusual going on with Sophie. Something to do with the old photos. Okay, that's enough. I can't tell you anymore. You gotta consider the position I'm in.
Here's some free advice. Stop spending time jumping hoops at the behest of scary stranger. Life will go better for you.
Fine. I'll leave her alone. I'm done with this. It was all bad shit anyway. You can tell Sophie Langley that you won't see me anymore.
As Frank leaves the alley, you consider your victory. He sounded defeated, sincere. Is it really up to him whether he returns or not? One of these nights you'll have to buy something, you reflect as you ring the doorbell of the occult bookstore that serves as Agathon's haven. Perhaps something about auras or the tarot. The same sleep-deprived blonde woman you saw on the first visit opens the door for you. Each kindred has their own servant, and Agathon seems to go for the tired Wiccan mom type.
Oh, it's you. Come in.
The woman disappears into the back room even as you close the door behind you. Lacking any better directions, you make your way up the stairs. At first, You thought the chanting was part of the ritual soundtrack that plays in the shop even at night. As you reach the second floor, you realize that is Agathon's voice. You come up just in time to see him standing in the middle of his ritual paraphernalia, with his wrist cut open over a wrought iron stand holding a blood-red stone. As Agathon chants, blood drips from the wound in his wrist out onto the stone. It looks as if it's absorbed into it. It's probably not a good idea to interrupt blood rituals, so you wait in silence as Agathon finishes. A few minutes later, he opens his eyes and smiles ruefully.
I had done so many of these rituals. I hope it's not too off-putting for you.
Agathon smears a bit of his own blood over the wound, and you see it close. It looks like he does this so often, he barely pays attention to it anymore.
I thought all vampires were blood fetishists. Unavoidably. We don't all advertise it, though.
Agathon picks up the blood-red stone from its stand.
This red bloodstone could be useful.
He doesn't seem inclined to elaborate.
Anyway, let's go.
He pockets the stone and leads you back down the stairs and outside to his car. Soon, you're on your way to Queens and Flushing Meadows, Corona Park. After parking the car, you follow Agathon on foot as he leads you deeper into the park. Coming to a New York park in the middle of the night might have worried you when you were alive, but now it's normal. If someone tries to mug you, it just means you'll have an opportunity to feed. Agathon walks with purpose, as if he knows exactly where to go. You see the Unisphere, a giant metal sculpture of Earth, lit up so parkgoers can appreciate it at night. You're not sure how Agathon picks his ritual spot, but he must have a purpose in mind. The sculpture stands in the background, giving his preparations added dramatic weight.
Stand watch while I perform a ritual. It'll reveal whether the notes we seek are here. I'll lose control of the incantation if you fail to keep me free of distractions.
It doesn't look like there are many people around. You settle in for a boring half hour while Agathon mumbles and makes strange gestures, spilling drops of his blood at regular intervals. From the outside, the ritual is not particularly flashy. Agathon repeats a mantra under his breath and walks with measured steps until he stops and turns around, walking back. It looks as if there's an invisible structure he must follow, unseen patterns and limits governing his movements. As choreographies go, it doesn't look particularly difficult to learn, but you suspect there are hidden dimensions of skill and understanding involved. A lone drunk woman walks towards you. Hard to say what she's doing at the park. She's a little older, white, dressed like a suburban divorcee. "What's your friend doing? He's kind of hot." The woman's words are slurred by alcohol, but she seems to have decided that you are this evening entertainment. "Hey you, stop being weird and talk to me." The woman seems determined to walk past you and towards Agathon. This looks like just the kind of interruption he was worried about. Agathon is deeply immersed in his ritual, so why not use the time you have constructively? You walk up to the woman from behind, grab her by the shoulders, and sink your fangs into her throat. Blood tinged with alcohol and horniness flows into your mouth as the woman moans from the sudden pleasure of the kiss. "Oh, I need to sit down." Just as you lick the wound close, the woman collapses on the ground, swaying, trying to sit upright. Suddenly, you hear a scream of rage. Startled, you turn around just in time to see Agathon running at the woman on the ground, his expression contorted with hatred. Did the woman make enough noise to interfere with the ritual? This doesn't explain why he's in such a rage. You step between Agathon and the woman and lift your hands up in an attempt to calm him down. What are you doing? This is not you, Agathon. Agathon looks at you, wild-eyed. For a second, you're sure he'll attack you. You even see him tensing for a punch. Suddenly, he snaps out of it, shaking his head, looking at the terrified drunk woman in disgust and embarrassment. Thank you. I'm so sorry you had to see that. I don't usually lose control. You look worried. Did something happen with the ritual? Not with the ritual. One of my wards was triggered. We have to go now. Agathon starts running towards his car, and you do your best to follow. Usually Agathon drives more carefully than most humans you know, but now something is different. He's speeding, honking at every car that gets in your way. You're driving towards the Bronx, and twice Agathon almost collides with another car. He's clearly not used to driving quickly, but something is overriding his usual caution. You screech to a stop in front of a red-tiled apartment building. Agathon jumps out of the car and starts running, leaving you to take the keys from the ignition and close the doors. Agathon disappears up the stairs, and you follow his agitated shouting. Abuela, it's me, Javi. You get to the 5th floor, landing after a run that would have left your mortal self winded to find Agathon banging on an apartment door and fiddling with his keyring. A few of the neighbors poke their heads out in the hallway, but nobody intervenes. Agathon finds the right keys and slams the door open, running inside. You follow, entering what looks like the home of an old Mexican lady. There are portraits of the mantelpiece and crucifix on the wall. The apartment smells musty with old age, and you detect a faint odor of vampiric blood. Sylvia, where are you? You come to the living room to find a body covered by a blanket in a corner of a sofa. The television is on, but the sound is off. It looks like a Spanish language channel. Agathon tears at the blanket, pulling it away in panic. He reveals an old woman waking up in bleary-eyed confusion. Javi, why are you barging in like this? Who is your friend? You're alive, Abuela. Agathon hugs the old lady, and then turns to you. You'll have to introduce yourself. I'll check the wards. Something triggered them. We'll have to see if they still work. Sylvia snuggles deep into her blankets. Is this vampire business, isn't it? Always when there's trouble, it's the vampires. You stare at her, startled. Clearly the masquerade hasn't held in this household. Yeah, exactly. Frankenstein is not far behind. Anyway, I'm Lamar. You must be his grandmother. Frankenstein's not real. He's made up by those people in Hollywood. This is about the girl who came to visit. I can tell. Harvey was never good at keeping secrets, so much like his mother. You hear Agathon rummaging around the small apartment, almost as if he's scratching at something on the walls. He's always doing that, writing on the walls with blood, making runes. I tell him to cover them with the photos and the paintings, but he won't listen. I have to do it myself. That explains the faint smell of vampire blood in the apartment. Otherwise, how can I invite friends for tea? They'll ask questions if I have runes all over my walls. It doesn't look like a Christian home anymore. The girl who was here earlier, was her name Juno? Yes, that's right. A pretty name, I suppose. She was just the kind of girl Agathon used to fall for. She was a vampire too, I expect. You're not a vampire too, are you? Surprised by the suggestion, Sylvia laughs uproariously, mirth convulsing her aged frame. Oh, no. Please don't say things like that. I'm an old woman. Laughing hurts. Agathon returns to the living room, still agitated. She wants to send a message. If we don't let her find the notes first, she'll hurt my abuela. He glances meaningfully at the old woman. No, she won't. She gave me a message for you, Javi. She said to think very carefully whether your clan was really protect your loved ones. Agathon stares at Sylvia, stunned and confused. She was here to tell me that? Maybe that's good. It doesn't sound like she wants to hurt you. She was a nice girl. I can tell. Oh, abuela. Lamar, let's go. This is all we can do. This is all we can do here. You say your goodbyes, and soon you're back outside, sitting in Agathon's car. What a catastrophe. To think Juno was there. The wards trigger when a vampire enters the perimeter, so Juno was there as I was doing the ritual in the park. I'll take you to your haven. Agathon starts the car and begins the drive toward Manhattan. He appears agitated, emotions coursing under his stoic face. What do you think Juno meant by that message? She's telling me that if push comes to shove, the Tremere will kill my grandmother to protect the Masquerade or other kindred interests. As if I didn't know that. Agathon is gripping the steering wheel harder than he should, although he's back to his usual careful driving style. Juno might still have feelings for you. That could explain why she does some of those things she does. Are you sure? Agathon sounds genuinely confused. Maybe you're right. I could never read her, even when we were together. Agathon drops you off in front of your haven. The experience leaves you with disquieting thoughts. You met Agathon's grandmother under awkward circumstances, but he clearly loves her very much. You don't know enough about the world of the kindred to say whether that's normal or not. It seems to keep Agathon connected to the world in a way that feels alien for some of the other kindred you've met. Perhaps there is a lesson in that. When you get to the internet cafe, Hope is already waiting out front. The sight catches you off guard. A part of you suspected that she might be more of a shut-in, my haven is my castle type. Perfect timing! We need to go for a ride. Get in, get in, get in! She doesn't wait for you to respond, for your response, and jumps behind the wheel of a lavender vintage roadster instead. The engine starts roaring expectantly, causing everyone's heads to turn. Not wanting to attract needless attention, you quickly slip into the backseat of the car. The moment you shut the door behind you, the vehicle sets off, tires screeching. Sorry for not bringing you up to speed first, but hey, this is New York City. Everyone's always in a rush, and this is even more true when you're a kindred. Now, allow me to take care of some business, and I'll be right with you. Even as she's zooming through traffic, she's still on her phone, of course. Business. How do you make a living in this city?
It's a long story, but do you really want to hear it?
Before you manage to answer, she starts talking. I'm trying my best to, like, do these voices justice. So another extremely online monk based in New York goes by the name of Devnol told me to Google Ethereum a few years ago. That's how I got into Bitcoin. And I found a new religion. 23-year-olds selling visions of governments replaced by benign cold and decentralized consensus, masses ruled by algorithms and just as the laws of physics. Idiot man-child investors trying to shape their realities through sheer fanatical zeal, and dedicated collectors of things as abstract as rare SHA 25 SHA-256 decryptions. Oh my god. Her driving style is far more aggressive and dangerous than you're comfortable with. It is just you. Is it just you, or does she peek into the rearview mirror more often than she looks straight ahead? A hyper-speculative environment where nothing has real value, only abstract beliefs matter, and your life savings can be ruined by a single bullshit tweet. How could I refuse the allure? I started buying low and selling high on a variety of shady 24/7 exchanges that allowed me with 100% leverage, as in, they'd lend me 100% of the capital I could bet with. I got lucky at the beginning and kept the ball rolling, shouting and longing impulsively and recklessly. I got to the point where I became too big to fail, and that's when I cashed out. The car comes to an abrupt halt. You bump against the seat in front of you. Okay, so the story will continue later. We're here, right at the first stop. I'll need you to do me a favor. First stop? Yeah, and I need to run a few errands tonight. This one is as simple as it gets. See, that weird guy in a Yankees cap standing around the corner? Approach him, tell him you're young, hot, petite, genuine. Yeah. Petite. Ingenue. Take the phone he gives you and bring it here. Get going, honey. It's illegal to park here. You jump out of the car and approach the man who Hope has pointed out. Not a lot you can tell about him based on his appearance, aside from the fact he seems pretty shady. The guy assumes a comically threatening pose as you approach him. The hell you want? I'm at Young Hot Petite Genuine. Oh, no offense, but I'm kind of expecting a girl. I mean, no, yeah, my bad for assuming. Damn. He takes a phone out of his pocket and covertly passes it to you. Everything has been prepared and preloaded according to your instructions. Should take about 2 minutes to transfer the data. Now get out of here. The man walks away with an exaggerated hip-hop gait. You jump back into Hope's car. She immediately steps on the gas. You got the phone? You're the best. Pass it to me, please. She connects to the two smartphones using a cable and begins some sort of data transfer. Looks into an identical model. Looks like it's an identical model. After a minute or so, the process is complete. All right. Goodbye, lovely. You served me well. Hope opens the car window, grabs her old phone. You're no expert. You're not expert enough to recognize the exact model, but it definitely looks like it had a $800 price slapped on it, and tosses it out the window. Surprised, you look behind you and see a car on the opposite lane rush over the abandoned device. Hope notices your quizzical look.
I've been needing a lot of burner phones lately, and I'm not going to use some cheap piece of shit, so it's an, pretty expensive necessity.
Intersection. Red light. She takes advantage of the moment to shoot a driving selfie that strategically excludes her face and upload it to Instagram. You notice her handle there is trying to read that properly. Versace Beauty? Versace Beauty. Now, I was telling you a story. Cashing out. Right. Discuss Bitcoin. At some point toward the end of 2017, I became convinced I needed to cash out. There was no way the bubble was going to last forever. I always knew there would be no grapes of wrath for the cryptocurrency era. It would have to be a series of profoundly antisocial, disconnected events. The whole crypto culture was a decentralized church of lone millennials who rejected all established modern values and kept atoning for the original sin of not buying Bitcoin back in 2013. Another abrupt, last-second turn. You are pressed against the window. What the hell is it with her driving style? Bet a life you never wanted to live anyway, and get a chance to win a priceless pile of nothing. Untether yourself from all worldly desires. Find joy in suicidal ideation. To this day, money holds no real value for me. Isn't as abstract as a video game score, a bunch of numbers on the screen. This joyless world changed me forever. I knew I had to escape. So I took my piles of fictional dollars to a new arena. Elite New York City social circles. Not because I wanted to scam them and make more, but because I wanted to finally have some goddamn fun. I mean, of course I had to scam them in the process, but it was only in service of becoming something more than a star, a constellation. Another abrupt stop, this time next to the entrance of a shifty-looking back alley.
All right, friend. It's time. Leaky gut syndrome. Whistleblower extraordinaire. Whenever a press sneak fuck wants to leak, you've got it. Got it? Sorry for putting you out there in my place, but I only personally contact people as a last resort. Gets harder to protect my identity each time I show my face. And since I've got you, our man is waiting for you in this back alley. He's paying back a favor with a flash drive containing crucial information we need to stay safe in the city. Retrieve it. I will circuit the area. Make sure we aren't in danger right now. When you're done, get back here and I'll pick you up. Everything clear? Good.
You exit the car and see it drive away in a hurry, then head into the narrow passageway. Sure enough, there's a man waiting for you at the end of the back street. Unshaven, wearing wrinkled clothes, with a nervous eye tick, he looks even dodgier than the last guy you met. When you approach, he gives you a mean look.
You lost or something? I'm leaky gut syndrome. You said you had a little something that might interest me.
Of course.
Straight to the point, aren't you? All right then.
Clumsily, he produces a USB stick from his front shirt pocket and holds it before your face. When you reach out to take it, he pulls his hand back and gives you a sly grin. Getting all this data was risky, you know. Miss Montgomery is an unusually secretive person. Digging up dirt on her took more effort than I expected. Effort that should be rewarded, I think. The more you ask around about her, the more you expect a letter saying, "Give up your inquiries, which are completely useless, at your doorstep," which perhaps attached to a severed cat head. You catch my drift? The secrecy surrounding her screams, "Friends in high places, brave new world order, Illuminati shit, you know?" Makes me think I deserve some hazard pay. I ran a background check on you. You're not some random schmuck on the street. No way you didn't know what you were walking into when you took on this job. And if you really didn't, I doubt you were the kind of journalist who can gather intel with shit. You're bluffing the hell out of him, unsure if it's going to work. It does. The man spits on the ground angrily and raises his hands in surrender.
All right. Shouldn't have put you on the spot like that, my bad, okay?
He extends the hand, holding the flash drive towards you again. You take it.
Oh yeah, one more thing. Not really sure about it, but one of my informants claims you might be interested in this.
He reaches into his inner jacket pocket and presents you with something wholly unexpected. It's a bag of blood. Its label simply reads as ABRH-, RH negative. You take a closer look, but that doesn't answer any of the questions that just appeared in your mind. You peek into the journalist's cold, blue eyes and see them twitch uncontrollably.
Don't ask me. They said you'll know what to do with it. Leaky gut. Come on, take it.
Fine. I'll take it. You grab the bag. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't think so. Thanks for your cooperation.
Another eye twitch and an awkward silence. You hide the blood bag under your clothes and leave the alley the way you came. Hope's car appears behind the corner just as you walk out onto the street. It doesn't even fully stop when you approach, but slows down just enough so that you can jump in. The moment you close the door, she leans into the gas pedal with her full strength, causing the engine to roar. Her driving style definitely doesn't reflect how laid back she seems as a person.
We've got it.
You throw the flash drive onto the seat next to her.
Perfect. Any problems? How did the meeting go?
You relate the entire back alley encounter to her. Toward the end of the story, you notice she's not staring at the road or her phone, but directly at your face. The realization startles you. You got that bag of blood with you? You place it in the seat next to her. She peeks at the label. She looks at it again. Then, she steps on the brakes.
Fuck. I'm okay.
She grabs both the bag and the flash drive you obtain and throws them out the window. Looks like that's her favorite method of taking care of problems.
That bag was a message.
AB negative used to be my blood type. It's the rarest one, found in less than 1% of the United States population. Glad you didn't drink it. Who knows what they've done to the bag? Some New York City vets can tell you wild stories about using irradiated blood to locate and kill other kindred. Seriously? Glad I didn't drink from him. Better safe than sorry, yeah. Still, I wonder if they would have done anything to his blood. That would have some kind of 5-dimensional chess move. But yeah, this contest compromise needs to be cut off. Goodbye, my journalist, frenemy, and goodbye, dear leaky gut syndrome. You've both outlived your usefulness. After a brief period of hesitation, she deletes the whistleblower extraordinaire account and sighs. Another one bites the dust. Well, I've got another story to finish. I was talking about Bitcoin and then... where did I stop? Becoming a constellation. Oh, right.
You know who saw the real face of the city?
Anna Devlin.
Heard of her. A Russian working class girl, born as Anna Sorokin. She moved to New York in 2013 and convinced everyone that she was this insanely rich trust fund kid, a wealthy German heiress. Manhattan elites totally fell for it, and they bought it for years while she swindled them. She only got arrested after 2017 after having stolen almost $300,000. Sorokin created her devilry persona out of thin air, convinced
everyone that she was going to set up an art fund and kept tasting all of life's finest pleasures while being basically broke. She even made up for fake family financial advisor, then killed him off when he became a liability. And apparently, most of her rich victims never admitted to being scammed out of shame. By now, you're sure the way she scrutinizes her surroundings, her reckless driving, she's trying to escape somebody. Now, devilry is locked up with murderers and rikers, writing her memoirs, apparently picking a lot of fights. Bless her heart, she'll forever be an inspiration. But I have more advantages than she ever did. I have my own considerable funds, and I can rely on many more made-up people than just some old-ass financial advisor. A whole bunch of fake content creators and influencers that every rich dumbass wants to get in touch with and collaborate. Makes it super easy to earn more money than I invest. You've seen it firsthand, both as a deceiver and the deceived. It's a city of illusions, made non-existent money, come up with a fictional status, play nonsensical camarilla games. And one day, you might just find yourself at the top. Alright, we've reached our last stop. You look around. You're coming up on a parking garage.
You're gonna take up the elevator to the 70th floor. Give the masked man you meet in front of the door the memory card. It contains a art house movie I've made.
By art house, you mean vampire movie?
Yes, a movie you've seen me rehearse in my haven. You didn't think I was doing that just for show, did you? I found some filthy rich Manhattan pervs who'll pay a fortune for a convincing vampire cam show. I don't need money, but their IT industry connections gave me an idea. When we give them this memory card, we'll gain access to teach them tech that could allow us to take on my biggest enemy in this city. So, your nickname this time is going to be a crash.
You are momentarily dazed and can't immediately understand what happened. The first thing you know for sure is, if you're still a normal human being, you'd be dead. You replay the last few seconds in your head. The other car appeared out of nowhere and crashed into Hope's vehicle at the maximum speed it was able to achieve in this closed-off space. The driver has already managed to kick open the mangled door next to him and stumble out of his seat. Now, he wordlessly approaches the trunk and takes a large caliber silenced pistol out of it. He starts approaching the lavender wreck of Hope's car, obviously ready to finish the job he started. You have to be fast and violent. It's you or him now. Your instincts take over. You don't come up with a strategy or an optimal route. You simply start running towards the gunman, yelling. For a split second, he's completely dumbfounded. Then he opens fire. The bullets for a brief second stop to your sprint. You're engulfed in pain, your flesh and clothes being shredded to bits. But when his magazine runs out, you're still standing and determined to move forward. He tries to act quickly as possible, but he can't reload his weapon before you get to him. A tackle, a primal scream. Left punch, right punch, left punch, right punch. You return this cruelty tenfold to his face. When you're done, the head is barely recognizable as human. You stand above the gunman's body, trying to calm yourself and your killer instincts. That's when you hear her voice. Hope Hope slithers out of her car and sees you standing over your assailant. Huh. You did pretty good. She approaches the body of the driver you killed and kicks it so she can take a better look at it. Upon seeing the front of the corpse, she lets out an annoyed grunt. Knew it would be this asshole. He's been following us all day. I know just who he belongs to. Even before she's done talking, she's already trying to reach someone through a video call. Eventually, she succeeds. You see a nonchalant woman in business casual on her smartphone screen. Kara Montgomery, how may I help you? Kara. Hope, didn't expect you to have reached me through this channel. Have you thought things through? Wait, did something happen? Did something happen? You fucking ghoul just tried to kill me, you crazy bitch. That's what fucking happened. Calm yourself, for Christ's sake. This is a baseless accusation. I know he's from Double Spiral. He's been working at your motherfucking company. Come on, you know I can't be held responsible for the independent actions of my subordinates. Why don't we just meet up and talk it over? Hope disconnects the call and instantly blocks Kara from contacting her. You corporate shithead. You make me sick. Tired, she turns her gaze to the dead ghoul. I'll dispose of him. Help me put him in my car. 30 seconds later, his body is laying in the backseat of the lavender-colored wreck. Okay, good. You take a look at the scene of carnage in front of you. Every second we're here gets us closer to a serious Masquerade violation. I'll have to exchange my Palm Dale-worthy masterpiece for the goods of some other time. She gets behind the wheel, and you follow her inside the car. Meet me in my haven when I tell you it's safe. For now, I need to dump this asshole somewhere, get my car fixed, and plan our counterattack. You guide Hope to your own haven. She drops you off, and before she leaves, she makes what's about to come perfectly clear. If we want to survive in this city, Kara Montgomery needs to die. She disappears into traffic, and you disappear into your place. The hunger calls to you. A face on the night street of New York catches your eye. You cannot look away. You were supposed to be doing something else, but what that was exactly doesn't matter now. Sheer beauty. A face, no. A person to die for. You follow them. Get close enough to almost smell them. Almost taste them. Yes, they must taste like heaven. You could ask them to share, or you could just taste their blood. They wouldn't say no, right? Why would they? You are their biggest admirer. So what if people are looking? So what if the whole world learns what you are up to? It's worth it. You compose yourself, your rational mind fearing a blatant breach of the Masquerade's temporary hold over the beast and its compulsions. It won't last until you feed. You need to quench this hunger before your passion forces you over the edge. Okay. You come back to your haven after a long night out on the town. There's still some time before the sun comes up, but sometimes you just need a little break to relax, watch TV. As you open the door to your haven, it's clear something is wrong. You hear moaning from within. Stepping cautiously inside, you see a man splayed on the floor, 40s, strong back, wearing a black suit. One of Sophie's servants. His face is a mess and a piece of bone is sticking out of his leg. The ghoul moans through his broken teeth, only half conscious. Just as you're about to do something, the door to the apartment flies off its hinges in a loud crash behind your back.
Freeze! Don't move!
You turn around to see at least 6 police officers storming your apartment, 2 pointed guns at your face, while the rest spread out to check the other rooms. One of the cops pushes past you into the living room. There's a body here. We're going to need an ambulance. He's still breathing. Bewildered, you gather your wits. There must be some way out of this ridiculous situation. Please calm down. This is all a big misunderstanding. The cops hesitate and lower their guns.
Can you explain what's going on here?
As the rest of the police search the apartment, you decide the best course of action is to buy time. You're glad you followed Sophie's rule that the Haven should never be anything that endangers, that should never have anything that endangers the Masquerade in it. I came in because I heard a noise.
Of course, sir.
Is this your apartment, sir? Suddenly, you hear a commotion out in the hallway. Sophie walks into the apartment, surrounded by an entourage of serious-looking men and women in dark clothes. Some of them flash badges as the officers present. You feel the power of Sophie's blood, almost like a physical sensation on your skin. There's no saying no to her. This man was with me when this terrible act of violence occurred. He has an airtight alibi. You've rarely seen Sophie wield the full extent of her powers. You're not sure how much is supernatural ability and how much is bribery and political connections. It doesn't matter. The injured man works for me. He must be hospitalized this instant. If he doesn't receive a full recovery, there will be consequences. For 15 minutes, you watch as Sophie imperiously orders the police officers around. Some of the people she brought with her also seem to be police, but you're not sure. You catch Sophie grimacing in the direction of an empty corner, as something tells you there might be a third vampire in the apartment. Your stalker, perhaps. The injured man gets carried away on a stretcher. The cops leave without even checking your ID. Will there be problems? No. The police know to avoid this house. This was an anomaly. Your stalker was here by now, but now she's left. Her name is Adelaide Davis, in case you were wondering. A lunatic. Truly one of the more pestilent clans. How can we stop this from happening again? You can't, but we can. I'll arrange a little chat with Miss Davis. Later, you'll join me in Elysium and deal with this problem like the vampire you are. With words. Sophie leaves you alone. The idea of spending the day in a haven that's just been raided by the police seems risky, but you decide to trust Sophie's assurances. It's not like you have anything else going on. Oh, back to the hunger. This is a thing that will continue to pop up as we are hungry, and I've read it many times. I've just read it a lot, so I will only probably read it once a time we get to it, per stream. I feel like we'll be hungry for a while. Well, I guess let's do that. You've had enough of Adelaide Davis. It's time to head for Elysium and confront her with Sophie by your side. Visiting Elysium with Sophie is always a humbling experience. She's connected, well-known, important. You're a nobody. You've always known this, of course, but it's especially apparent when you arrive with her. Everyone notices her, and she drinks it in like it's her birthright. This is Adelaide Davis. Let's go say hello. You spot the woman Sophie is referring to. Adelaide, your stalker. Intense, disheveled, young-looking. A Malkavian, if you've understood correctly. As you approach, Adelaide looks at you with undisguised hatred.
My two favorite people.
I love you too, Adelaide. Adelaide looks from Sophie to you and laughs mirthlessly. The sound is creepy enough to make people glance toward you.
I'll never stop. You should know that. I'm relentless.
What is all this about? I understand why you hate me. But why hate Lamar? Adelaide looks so angry. For a moment, you fear she'll hit you, Elysium or no.
As if you didn't know. They call me a creep. That's very insulting, especially to someone like me.
Was that when you were creeping, invisible, in my haven?
Yes.
Sophie sighs. You have to stop. Otherwise, I'll take this to Kadir.
Do that. I have friends much more powerful than him.
Just please stop.
I never stop. Never ever.
Adelaide locks eyes with you, ignoring Sophie.
Let's talk later. We'll have some fun together, huh?
Adelaide walks away. Sophie watches her before she says anything. She's a lunatic. They all say kinds things. Don't worry about it. She knows that if she crosses the line, there will be consequences. Sophie steps away to chat with her friends, and you look at the kindred around you, wondering how many would really help you in times of trouble. Probably not many. We're back to it. Back to it. Oh, I hope we find an opportunity to feed soon. I was really hoping going to Elysium would do that, but yeah, let's go back to Hope. Carol wants to meet. Hope decides you're here alone, with an ace up your sleeve. When you reach the cafe, you're welcomed by the familiar face of the waiter who first led you inside. You exchange looks and nods. He hides his vape pen in a back pocket. She's been waiting for you. Something's happened to her car, and she's hasn't exactly left her room ever since. He scratches his head, shrugs, and gestures at you to follow him. It's the same route as before. First, beyond the locked door at the end of the room with all the computers. Then, into an endless gray labyrinth. Finally, you reach a door that would look like any other to a random bystander. Of course, by now you know that Hope's lies behind it. Hope's haven lies behind it. Beyond it. The waiter bids you adieu with an exaggerated bow and starts walking back to the cafe. You enter the familiar room. This time, the lights are on inside. Hope is inside, walking around nervously, overseeing every screen in sight. When she spots you, she wastes no time on introductions. Kara Montgomery, what do you know of her? You could have seen her in listicles such as Top 5 Badass Women in Tech 2018, 12 CEOs who spark innovation through empathy, or 20 entrepreneurs with mysterious ties to Jeffrey Epstein. You don't get to voice your answer. The question was just a minor courtesy. She has a monologue to deliver and she won't allow any interruptions. 20 years ago, she was a failed .com investor. Now she's the CEO of Double Spiral, a brand management startup working at the crossroads of big data and influencer culture. The quotation marks are audible, dripping with venom. Long story short, she spent years convincing her Camarilla contacts, as in out-of-touch old farts angry about smartphones, that Kindred can benefit from controlling the internet. Her IT ghouls have done a lot of research on deepfakes, AI, and machine learning. Her goal is the ability to generate thousands of believably human online accounts. Basically, an army of posters that could brute force anything into the mainstream discourse. The elders took a while to get the concept, but eventually, Kara got their blessing. Thing is, she claims her tech is ready to be tested, but it needs one final component to work properly, and that's why... She pauses. She proposed a truce. Fuck her. Took the words right out of my fucking mouth. But no matter how much I hate her guts, this is blessing in disguise. Hear me out. She picked a public place in Manhattan, neutral ground where we can meet without the fear that the other party might do something stupid and violate the Masquerade. She wants to just talk. We'll go there in my place and listen to her terms. She won't accept them, of course, especially not after what she just tried to kill us. You will just steal her voice and walk away. Steal her voice? What next? Will you trade her mermaid tail for legs? A Disney joke? Sweet. What next? Will you hit me with a topical Harry Potter reference? I'm not trying to be obtuse here. Wait a second and let me explain my plan. You see, there's only one way to You see, there is only one way to even the odds. We have to hit Kara where it hurts. She's only got one weak point. Double Spiral headquarters. Kara's the only person with access to every room. The security is something she came up with herself, voice-based but using a different passphrase each time. That means just recording her talking is not enough if you want to get in. That's why I started selling illicit materials to people with access to advanced deepfake audio technology. I've got it right in this room, and now all I need is a sample base that will allow me to manufacture a bot that talks like her. To monitor data, I need to stay behind. Still, I think the plan is pretty simple. You talk to her while wearing a wire. I process the recordings, here, to steal her voice, and voila, she's wide open. Then, we invade Double Spiral and destroy it from within. The evil is defeated, I become a part of your crew, happy endings for everyone. How does that sound to you? She wanted to talk to you. Why would she talk to me? Yes, she's too stuck up to talk to a total rando, but given an opportunity to sell Sophie Langley's right hand on her side, she wouldn't let it pass her by. And even if you weren't a minor celebrity in the city, I'm sure our connection would have been enough to hear you out. Hope shakes her head and claps her hands. When she speaks up, she sounds different, more spaced out, stuttering. All right, let me fix you up with the hardware. She hands you a minuscule earpiece and starts attaching a small decorative pin to your clothes, along with some mast wiring. It's the directional microphone. I can clean up the audio later, but it's pointed directly at Kara as much as possible. All right. Put on the earpiece she gave you. It fits snugly deep inside your right ear. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hardware works flawlessly, and the audio quality seems great. You give Hope an affirmative sign with your head. Beautiful. Kara designated the meeting place as the vessel. You heard about the place, right? It's right by the eastern end of the Lincoln Tunnel. A giant pile of staircases is basically impossible to miss. Manhattan's answer to the Eiffel Tower, or the Gaudy Monument to being only ever so slightly free, depending on who you ask. I'll drive you there, but my car is still in the shop, and I don't want to risk being spotted by cars people. And I need to process the voice data from here. Which means I have a perfectly acceptable number of excuses for not letting myself get anywhere close to that demonic old hag. You involuntarily roll your eyes a little bit. Hope sits in front of her screen, pretending not to have noticed. So, should we get this show on the road or what? Ready whenever you are. No sense lingering here. You get back to the street and find your car. Wrapping up this show as quickly as possible sounds like a good idea. Around 30 minutes later, you are in front of the vessel. Hope's description, a giant pile of staircases, wasn't particularly helpful. From the distance, the building looks more like a giant honeycomb, designed to swarm with tourist bees. At least during the day, that is. At the moment, the place is closed to general public. A few men who look vaguely threatening and out of place for make sure nobody unwanted gets in. However, you have no problem getting up the stairs. All it takes is an exchange of knowing glances with one of the guards. You are expected. A lone figure appears in your sight, staring down at the streets of Manhattan. You know, city people often complain about being unable to see the starry skies, but I always thought the real tragedy was how they were unable to appreciate the man-made sea of lights that surrounds them. You can teach people a lot of things, but you can't teach them to see, huh? You recognize this face from Hope's phone. Finally, you meet Kara Montgomery in the flesh. She turns to you, puts on a wide smile, and shakes your hand with a firm grip. First, a representative Sophie Langley now. A representative Hope. Not the way I developed my own career, but I gotta say, not many neonates get around the way you do. Hardy fuckity har. Hope speaks up in your ear for the first time, seething with contempt. Although Kara couldn't possibly have heard her, she immediately goes on to address her absence. Can't say I expected her to actually arrive here with you or instead of you. On the other hand, I'm sure every single word I say will be instantly relayed to her. And for the first time in forever, your emptying blabbering will serve an actually useful cause. So let me make sure we cut out everyone but the middleman for a while. Okay. She takes out her phone and taps the touchscreen. In a few seconds, the barely perceptible buzzing sound in your ear disappears completely. You can't hear Hope anymore. It's probable she can't hear your voice right now either, which would mean she must be busy raging and cursing out everything in her sight at the moment. This obviously wasn't something she expected to happen. Could it be Kara saw through your plan? You have to play it cool and see what happens next. Knowing Hope, you probably heard whatever scraps can be Googled about me and pile of insults for good measure. Obviously, I know everything there is to know about you as well, Lamar. I don't believe we had a need for formal introductions, but first off, let me apologize for the discomfort my former employee caused you. I wasn't remotely aware of his planned actions against Hope. I fully condemn them. I'm glad to see you unharmed and, of course, applaud your swift disposal of the psycho. Langley chose you well. Brief silence. So let me cut to the chase here and present myself the best way I know how. Through my ideas, who do you think has a monopoly on reality? Not much for small talk, is she? Who do you think has a monopoly on reality? Corporations do. That's a fairly typical answer, very 21st century sounding. Have they succeeded in replacing the state here, though? She signals to someone behind you. For a while, you've been watched by Kara's men who circle around the staircases, presumably her ghouls. One of them sets off downstairs. You know, Bolivia just had a military coup. Hundreds of new accounts posting about nothing but Bolivian politics in English set out to convince every random person online that the US wasn't to blame. Sloppy work if you ask me. Now imagine this. A 17-year-old K-pop fan from Ohio writing an entire thread about how her relatives in La Paz are actually glad the president is gone. A film reviewer with a side interest in politics selling you a CIA-approved narrative about Evo Morales. An approachable fitness guy explaining the situation to you in simple terms, just like it is. Animated voice, expressive gestures, and steady eye contact. She's taught herself how to project a good image, but isn't a natural yet. At times, it feels as if she's screaming at you to trust her. It's not hard to emulate the masses. Reach out to one of those Eastern European troll farms and bang, a few hours later you have a clone army that will instantly voice their support for any cause. You will spread your message, but you won't foster a new culture that serves your goals. Won't masquerade your messaging as independent thought. For that, you need personalities. Not the masses. But the ability to emulate personalities? A whole different ballgame. Not a craft, but an art. You need to understand your fabrication so deeply that you start to hate it and then learn to love it. And if you want to make a bunch of those personalities follow one agenda, well, once in a lifetime team to achieve that, a like-minded artistic collective, both ambitious and obedient. Even though you can't hear Hope's voice in your ear right now, you could swear you hear her in Kara's speech. It's the exact same tone she was using when monologuing in the car. One of them must have been a big influence on another. Or perhaps they used to be in a position where they both shaped each other's personas. Hard to say. Only one thing is for sure, and that is, Hope must be absolutely furious right now. Is it possible that Kara knew about her plot? Fingers crossed she doesn't. The state is satisfied when an account that went unused for 5 years suddenly starts yelling imperialist propaganda into the void. The aging corporations are too set in their ways. But imagine a fresh startup that enables the proliferation of ideas adjacent to the prince's plans for the future. Now imagine it getting into bed with the biggest corporations and agencies. So many unlives that could be improved, or even saved from the raids of First Light. I have the infrastructure. I have the elders' support. All I need now is a mastermind at the center of it all. Hope. Yes. Hope. She looks down and takes in the scenery below for a while. Then, she points at her t-shirt, the one piece of clothing that clashes with the rest of her outfit. You know, I'm a huge fan of punk. The leading idea of my company, Double Spiral, is to make everything I do a little bit punk. I'm all about clashing ideas. I'm all about disruption. You blink a few times in a quick succession. Oh God, you think to yourself, she's that kind of person. You saw a lot of them in your old life. Another rich idiot who thinks deals are an art form, too. Hellbent on perverting the meaning of any piece of actual art that hasn't been thoroughly ruined by art-hating dystopia that surrounds you. You collect yourself and escape from memory lane. Kara started talking about hope. You'd better listen. To me, hope is as punk as it gets. A free spirit, fiercely independent, an eternal contrarian, at odds with everything and everyone, developing her talents just because she finds it joyful. But God, does this girl need guidance? Not putting her talents to better use, riding away, posting inane bullshit all the time? What a waste. I have built an environment specifically to develop her talents and let her become indispensable to our society, yet she rejects it because of some idiotic hang-ups. I don't expect you to change your mind about me because I keep yapping and yapping. I just hope you'll keep my perspective in mind and serve as the voice of reason hope really needs right now. Now that I've had my say, how about we put our girl back on? She taps on her phone again. A quiet buzz reappears in your right ear. This is a better safe than sorry kind of thing, isn't it? There's no one listening in it. Maybe you're right. Maybe not. She's 100 years too early to even think of accessing my comms. She's bullshitting you. Don't sell her anything but bullshit in return. Look who's back. Don't worry. You should have heard everything. I just wanted to spare you any annoying commentary track while I introduce myself. Excuse me for a second. One of Kara's guards approaches to show her something on his phone. Hope uses the distraction to get you up to speed with how things are on her side. Yeah, for a second there I was about to rage that the hag had gotten the better of us, but hey, go figure. She just wanted to take a piss in my Cheerios. The plan worked. I had a lot of data from her monologuing and, some private sources, but the more we gather, the better. The display here says some more K letters could be useful. So, don't beat yourself up about it if you fail, but if I get her to repeat something with K in it, that might improve our deepfake voice. Looks like Kara's done talking to the guard. Sorry about that. Looks like I've got to attend a sudden meeting with the Google representative shortly. Hope snorts. No bragging, though. By the way, does anyone but Hope know about this little rendezvous? Your patron? Any other companion? Or maybe the Nosferatu? Nobody. It's just us. Should I have told anyone? Maybe. Maybe not. It's just to say a lot about your personality. That's all. Anyway, no offense, but since Hope's not here, I really have to rush. Honestly, I feel a little insulted that she set up this meeting and didn't even bother to show up. Insulted and suspicious, her tone of voice betrays her. She might have some good instincts. Too bad she didn't trust them here. Still, out of respect for Langley, I decided to have this talk with you, to explain you why I'm an asset to the Camarilla, and to explain why the elders need Hope by my side. What a worm-brained hag. Here, forgot to mention that the elders don't give a shit about me. If you don't see it my way now, I believe I've sown some seeds here that might sprout the near future. Double Spiral looks out for people who looks out for it. That's all I'm saying. But before I leave, You know, there's one thing I really wish I knew. Back when I knew her, she was a different person, or different people, depending upon how you look at it. Why does she fight against me so much? What's her motivation to resist so much? What's her motivation? Good question. She's never shared it with you. Answer what you want, but hey, you better lie through your teeth, beat. You better say V a few times if you can. I might improve the few shortcomings out of our beat fake software. What's your answer? Survival. Kara snorts. Spare me. If she just wanted to keep pulling through, she'd have a much better chance by my side. Pride or spite would be far more believable as an answer. Should have told me you either don't trust me. Survival. V 2 times. Good attempt, at least. One of Kara's people erupts with a theatrical cough. Kara gestures at him to calm down. I really need to go now. See you around, Lamar. She begins to walk down the stairs, surrounded by her guards. Once she's gone from before your eyes, Hope decides to summarize your mission. For the love of Christ, would you have kept her droning on for a little longer? Turns out the T letter could have used some improvements as well. Not complaining though, you did good, and don't worry, the data I have should have been more than enough to generate a convincing deepfake. I just need to find some more work. So I guess I will get to that right away. Enjoy the rest of your night. Drop my hardware at your haven when you get a chance. I'll let you know when we're ready to hit Kara's base of operations. Pray for my success, sweetie, and I might be done soon. Maybe even tomorrow. And once we're done with her, we'll talk about how I can repay your generosity. Amen. The connection drops. Looks like that's all for now. You gaze at the sea of lights around you, and for the last time, and then start making your way back down the street level. Ooh, we got a feed. We are hungry. I've been hoping we were gonna do feeding at any point here, but oof. Sophie requests your presence tonight, and it seems urgent. You find her already waiting for you, and clearly pondering something. It takes a few minutes of awkward silence before she speaks. The thing is, if we don't feed, we might go apeshit. We might just... we are more unhinged the less we feed. So, it's a difficult balance. I require your assistance, Lamar. There is a matter of great importance that I need to ask you to resolve for me. You will find what I am about to say surprising, I'm sure, but I need you to hear me out. I need you to contact an important anarch figure in New York City and arrange a meeting for us. Wait, I'm pretty sure we are not supposed to meet with anarchs. We're at war, right? Unhinged is good. The prince doesn't look unfavorably at those who meet with the anarchs. That much is true. You will find that with this, as with many other things, the Camaria's policies have more than their share of hypocrisy inherent in them. It comes hand in hand with using medieval power structures. What we are forbidden to do, the prince may do willingly. Some of these things can be done in the open, while others are kept secret as to not invite discord and discontent. I need to contact a man named Torque. He is an influential man of the movement, and, like most of them, very suspicious of the Camarilla. That's why I'm sending you to extend my invitation. What are you scheming, Sophie? Say I arranged the meeting. What next? I have something to offer Torque, a chance to set things straight, both for the Anarchs and for us. Especially for us. From my limited sources adjacent to the movement, I've gathered that your best chance to speak to Torque is to first meet with his right-hand woman, Mia. She's a regular at a club called the Leech Pit. I think it would be best if you present yourself as an Anarch hopeful, a fledgling looking for a place of belonging. Only after you talk to Torque directly should you mention my name and the meeting. I don't think that's the right approach. Lying to them won't make them trust me. When they find out the truth, they won't be happy or eager to work with us. That might be true, but if you tell Mia outright that I sent you, she's likely to cut you off. She hates our sect, and it will be difficult to make her listen to reason. After tonight, I suggest that we do not speak of this again until you arrange the meeting. There are many who would jump at the chance to use this against us. With Kaiser, you have proven you can get the job done, even if it requires additional legwork. I trust you to deal with this task as quickly and covertly as possible. Forgive me, that's all the time I can spare tonight. What I'm asking of you is just part of a bigger whole. Trust me, it will all be worth it. Okay, I'll do my best. I know you will. Check with Gregory for the address of the Leech Pit. Have Mia introduce you to Torque. When she does, tell him I wish to meet. Let him pick the time and place, but let it be soon. If he proves too guarded, tell him I have something that will help him gather allies against Boss Callahan. That should pique his interest. Good luck, and obviously, not a word about this to anyone else, not even any new friends you might have made in recent nights. This stays between us. The way she says that final sentence suggests a not-so-veiled threat, but her warm smiles belies that impression. You want her to keep trusting you. You wouldn't want to disappoint her. Gregory gives you the address. The club is in Brooklyn. Apparently, it's some kind of heavy metal bar with a dedicated concert space. Time to pay this Mia a visit. The place is teeming with people tonight. You arrive in the middle of a concert. The music is loud. Another vodka shot disappears down her throat. She kisses you on the mouth. It's super sloppy, and the alcohol in her breath is overbearing. You take a chance and kiss her neck and bite down. Yeah, evening's drinking definitely colors the way her blood tastes. Alcohol and melancholy, not a combo you're unfamiliar with. Somebody smacks you on the head and rips you off the grill just as you lick the wound's clothes. He throws you to the ground. Uh-oh. It's the boyfriend. A lanky woman in a jacket 2 sizes too big for her frame. Follow me behind the bar, a few questions, and better with snappy answers, and you know what's good for you. She leads you through the bar to a back door that leads to a side room. Indie metal band posters are plastered on every wall, some of them 20 or more years old, judging by the tour dates. An old, sticky table and some rickety chairs are the only pieces of furniture here. Sit down. Why don't you sit down? I'm not sure who you are yet, so I'd rather keep a good view of the whole room. She leans against one of the walls. The name's Mia. I'm guessing your visit here isn't a happy coincidence. I don't know you, so you're either in New York or kept an outstandingly low profile. Both sound suspect. So, before we take these pleasantries further, answer me this. Who do you run with? Oh, what angle? Camarilla, I guess. But I'm looking to switch. Is that so? She looks you up and down. It's hard to read her. Okay, sure. I'll bite. Let's get one thing out of the way. She leans in. If this is some clever ploy to oust me from my domain, or if you're just here to spy on me and the movement, I'll make sure that you don't enjoy undeath much longer. Got it? You can tell it's a purely rhetorical question. Right. Here's the pitch. The Camarilla likes to think they're the vanilla option. What with Prince Bitch Panyard pretending that they were always in charge. But New York has never been a fully cammy city. They might have won the city in '99. The cams have had their asses handed to them many times over the years, and the movement has been here as long as they have. Hell, I moved to New York City before World War II, and that was a good while after I saw the Camarilla for what they are, a way to keep us all subservient and in line. The Ivory Tower will tell you they're only safeguard for the traditions, and that's kind of the problem. There's only one tradition we in the movement feel we should respect. The Masquerade, obviously. Everything else? Ask the prince and she'll tell you it's the logical continuation of the Masquerade. Or really, is it just a way to keep the elders powerful and in control? She grimaces. But here's the thing. For all the talk of bloodsuckers being solitary creatures, you need a community in order to keep the Masquerade. Community, yes, but authority? Not so much. We need a council of peers to keep these assholes and power-drunk fledglings in check, but not a feudal prince to tell you where to feed or who to hunt down when they step on her toes. She takes a brief break from her indignant rant. That sounds too good to be true. Mia bares her teeth in a predatory smile. You better believe it. Sure, we still have to struggle with the urges of our kind, but it's safer. and more fair. We're as free as our condition permits, unlike Autarchs. Autarchus. We don't stand alone. What is Autarchus? Autarchus, the unbounded. Vampires who remain outside the larger kindred society of a given city, either by ignorance or choice, usually considered anarchs by members of the Camarilla, though most were unbound and have nothing to do with the movement. Nominally, a guy by the name of Callahan has been overseeing the movement's agenda in New York City for the past few decades. Most follow his lead. You make it sound like it's most, but not you. Yeah, not me. If you're concerned about being well received in the city, you might need to go through Callahan. But if you're serious about the Anarch's cause itself, he's not your guy. Callahan eats up fledgling like you and shits out self-preservation. His position as Baron is mighty shaky now, not least due to the fact he's backstabbed more than his share of allies. So he's doing what any old fart in a position of power would do. He's doubling down. Negotiations are out. Intimidation is in. Tightening ranks as a precaution against the Second Inquisition. So he surprises you by hacking and spitting on the ground in disgust. If you spend enough time with the Cams, that should sound very familiar to you. He's no better than Panhard and her cronies at this point. No, you need to contact Torque. And wouldn't you know it, it's your lucky night, because I'm the lick to do it. How is he different from Callahan? Motherfucker, you're really asking for it. Her anger flares up again. I'll pretend that was just a naive question, not a half-assed jab. Torque is a leader, a local baron who oversees a small domain, but doing a very good job of it. Callahan knows this, so he's giving him shit. Torque is taking it like a champ. He's smart like that. For one of his rebels, he got the patience of a saint. Makes you think back to how things used to be back when. Stories are all to be believed. Anyway, you want to meet him? I'm going to require a show of goodwill first. That's fair. What did you have in mind? She flashes you a mischievous half-smile. I appreciate your readiness, but I don't have the details just now. Ask for me at the bar when you're able. I'll leave something for you, and we'll take it from there. Now, come on. I gotta go. She walks you out of the bar, and you go to your separate ways. It seems like there's nothing more to do than return here later and see if Mia really can help you contact Torque. Oh, we're not done with this? Oh boy. Frank Doherty, a shining example of journalistic excellence, is trying to get in touch with you. This can't mean anything good. You're just leaving your haven when you notice a small note slipped under your door. You pick it up cautiously and fold it open. I know what you are. I know everything. Meet me at the Beautiful View Motel, or else everyone else will know too. The note is signed, Frank. Cursing under your breath, you check the Beautiful View Motel. It's located in Queens. Getting there will take some time, and something in Frank's note suggests urgency. You run out of the apartment. Stepping into the Beautiful View Motel, you can't help but think that the name makes promises that the building fails to deliver. Outside, there's nothing but an ugly parking lot, empty. The paint marking the parking space is almost completely worn away. Standing in the lobby, it feels like there's Decades worth of stale cigarette smoke. You're happy not being able to breathe anymore. The furniture looks like it was picked up from a yard sale in the 60s. There is something appropriate to the grubbiness of the surroundings. They fit the image you have of Frank perfectly. It is appropriate to find him in a place like this. You nod to the old woman manning the reception desk. She seems totally uninterested in what you're doing. Her eye is glued to the small TV perched on the desk. A cop show. Walking deeper into the motel, you find a lounge that might have aspired to a kind of lavish comfort in its glory days. Now, you just feel sticky, like you need to wash your clothes afterwards. Frank sits on a bar stool. There's no bartender, but Frank has a shot glass in his hand. He looks even sweatier than usual.
What's up, asshole? How does it feel not to know everything?
You stop and look at Frank a little closer. He seems drunk. Not a good sign. Despite everything in your earlier encounters, he maintained a baseline of professionalism. You're drunk, Frank.
Sure, I'm drunk. Fucking hell.
Frank's voice descends into incoherent muttering. You stop to consider what to do. You're not used to dealing with Frank in a mood like this. He seems more confident and depressed at the same time, as if he had a secret that gives him power, but also brought him down. Let me pour you another, Frank. As Frank looks on, you rummage the shelves until you find a half bottle full of cheap whiskey. You pour it into Frank's glass, then find another shot glass for yourself.
Thanks, asshole.
It sounds as if Frank still wants to be angry at you, but he can't quite muster the energy anymore. Frank sounds like he has plenty more bitterness inside him waiting to come out.
Let me tell you something.
An ear-splitting sound fills the lounge, and a bright flash blinds you. For a second, an irrational panic grips your dead heart. Is this sunshine? Are you going to burn to death in a cheap motel in Queens? As your vision adjusts, something whizzes past you. There's a series of thunking sounds, something impacting the bar. Frank is lifting the shot glass, miraculously still in his hand. A massive bloodstain spreads across his shirt. For a bizarre, incongruous moment, you stare at the thing sticking out of Frank's chest. It's a crossbow bolt. Another two lie shattered next to the bar, having missed their targets. One missed you by a hair's breadth. Turning around, you see figures dressed in black tactical gear storming in the room in eerie silence. Perhaps the flashbang damaged your ears. They drop their tactical crossbows and lift up rifles. Who comes prepared with a crossbow? Frank slups to the floor. A wooden crossbow bolt will paralyze a vampire, but struck through a human heart, it kills. The scent of blood fills the air. You're facing a highly trained force of well-armed commandos. There is only one thing to do. Run away. You don't even stop to think, just following your reflexes as you duck behind the bar and dive through the staff door as bullets hit the wall next to you. Fortunately, the blessings of the blood don't care whether you're being brave or a coward. The blood speeds up your body as you rush through the back room, past the empty beer kegs and the half-full boxes of liquor bottles. Spotting a back door, you burst outside into the night. Running around the corner of the building, you see 4 SUVs parked by the motel's front door, all black with tinted windows. A man and a woman, middle-aged, dressed like detectives, stare at you in surprise, and you run past them. One tries to yell something as you stumble to your car, wrench the door open, and turn the ignition. For a terrifying moment, you fumble with the keys, but then the car starts and you floor it, careening onto the highway. You run into Sophie's building past the surprised-looking doorman. Time is of the essence. You pound on the door of Sophie's apartment, more for the sake of your own nerves than because you think it's any help. After a few moments, Sophie herself opens the door and looks at you in surprise. She doesn't have her makeup on, and her hair is disheveled. You've caught her on an off night. What happened to you? As you step into the apartment and follow Sophie to her living room, you see the remains of a party. Empty glasses, a faint smell of blood in the air. You have no time to contemplate Sophie's social life, however. We're being hunted. We're all going to die. Sometimes I regret taking you under my ring. If you don't calm down, I'll feed you to whoever is after me. Sit down and stay calm. I'll check whether this apartment is still secure. You sit down, suddenly conscious of the vast gulf in experience between you and Sophie. She managed to stay alive for a very long time, and knows how to survive. You only hope that you'll survive along with her. For the next hour or so, you sit on Sophie's sofa, answering minute questions about Frank and the commandos who assaulted you. At intervals, she makes murmuring phone calls to mysterious contacts. After a longer while, Sophie lets you go. You should be safe, and more importantly, I should be safe too. I've taken measures to secure both of our havens, but keep your eyes open nonetheless. You leave Sophie's apartment, wondering whether you'd survive another ambush like this. Oof. Talk about scary. You arrive at the leech pit, finding it less rowdy than the last time. The bar is still packed, but the dance floor is empty tonight. Instead, the old crackling speakers are playing music that would probably sound like noise even on high-end hardware. Mia is nowhere to be seen, but you do remember she requested that you asked for her at the bar. You approach the bar as the bartender finishes pouring a beer for an older guy in a faded, fraying Iron Maiden shirt. She turns to you. What can I get you? Hey, is Mia around? No, she's not in tonight. She looks you up and down, and a spark of recollection shines in her eye. Oh yeah, that's right. She takes a well-worn book from behind the counter, some kind of young adult vampire novel, and flips through it. She produces a piece of paper from between the book's pages and passes it to you. She told me you'd be interested in reading this. You find a relatively quiet corner and take a look at the note. T, I want to meet you. I'll arrange it. You need to prove you're trustworthy. Look around the leech pit for a guy named Bruce. Buff dude. Tattoo sleeves on his right arm. I'm 90% sure he's someone's retainer, sent here to spy on us by the camp. Just give me the name of his master right on this card, and return it to the bar. It doesn't take you long to locate this Bruce guy. He sits alone in a corner, 2 beer glasses already empty on his table. You take a moment to consider your approach. Unhinged. You figure you have time to feed before confronting this guy. You keep your eye on him, but look for a good opportunity in the meantime. Wouldn't you know it, a half-passed out patron near the toilets is almost begging for someone's attention. You prop him up as if to help him stand straight. His breath reeks of alcohol. You bite into his neck right above his tank top. Careful to drink just a little, and quickly. You don't need to enjoy the full palate. It is the closest to a beer you've had in a while, though. The man slumps in your arms, mumbles something under his breath, and you settle him down gently near the emptied kegs in the back. Somebody will come pick him up, for sure. Temporarily sated, you turn your attention back to the task at hand. That's when you lock eyes with Bruce. He's been standing there, just meters away, and for a while, you think. He slinks away through the main area and walks outside. He knows what you are, for sure. You follow him out, expecting to have to run after him, but he's there, having a cigarette.
Yo, I had the feeling you'd join me. You smoke?
He pushes the lighter close to you, the flame triggering a primal fear in you that forces you to take a step back and bump into another patron who's just leaving the bar.
Yeah, I didn't think so. You were staring at me in the bar before. What do you want?
I know you're here because somebody asked you to spy on this place. I need that somebody's name.
Yeah? Tough luck.
He flicks the cigarette at you and you flinch. It's all it takes for him to dash away, much faster than a human should be able to. He's bolting, all right. Throwing caution to the wind, you focus your blood and give chase after Bruce. He might be faster than a human, but his abilities are a fraction of yours. He dashes into a nearby alley, and you follow suit. Before he can jump the fence, you tackle him to the ground. A short brawl later, you are standing a few meters apart, Bruce eyeing you, hatred. Listen, your cover is blown. I was told you who you are. You better come clean. Your master's name. That's all I need.
Bullshit. Besides, she'd kill me if I told you. And I quite like being alive.
Here's the deal. You tell me your master's name, and you save yourself a world of hurt. Unless you want to exit this alley in a stretcher, you'd better. Bruce doesn't wait for you to finish talking. He jumps at you, kicking and punching with dizzying speed. It takes you by surprise, and he puts you on the defensive. Just about as you're about to retaliate, he breaks away, jumps to the fence at the end of the alley, and is gone into parts of the city unknown. Time to leave something for Mia. You borrow a pen from the bar and flips Mia's note on the other side. Bruce mentioned a she, so his master must be female. That's all I've got to go on. You figure it's better to leave anything for Mia than nothing at all. Well, Mia asked you for a name, but if all you have is Bruce's master's gender, you'll have to do. You jot a note. Bruce referred to his master as she. You pass the piece of paper to the bartender. She sticks it back in the same book. Hold on 1 second. She wanted me to pass something on to you. She produces a cell phone from behind the counter. It's ancient, at least 15 years out of date. Oh, right. And this. An old charger for the piece of junk in your hand. You really did think of everything. Said she'll be in touch. It takes you a moment to remind yourself how to operate this thing. And you find this book, and you find that its phone book is blank. There's no Wi-Fi connectivity and no saved messages. It's got a version of Snake, though. The bartender is already over at the other end of your domain, taking orders from patrons. With your Anarch contact nowhere in sight, you decide to move on for the night. Hopefully, your educated guesses based off the scrap info you collected will be enough for Mia to call you. I think I want to continue. What's going on? Yeah. The final confrontation between Agathon and Juno is getting near. And Aisling Sturbridge, High Regent of the Chantry of the Five Boroughs in New York, is impatient to see its results. You're in your haven when someone knocks on your door. Puzzled, you open it. Agathon stands in the hallway expectantly, as if the 10 seconds it took for you to come to the door was an impossible imposition. How did you know this was my apartment? Agathon looks impatient, as if he's explaining the simplest thing in the world. I drove you home last night, remember? Last time, remember? That got me the neighborhood. As for the specific apartment, well, you left a hair in my car. Using that, your exact location was a matter of simple application of my sympathetic principles. Shouldn't be so strange. Everything we've done together has been about finding things through thaumaturgy. You found Agathon down in the street wondering what kind of revelations tonight will hold. So far, Agathon's rituals have been successful at locating the research notes, but you've learned a lot about Tremere and Agathon himself. This time, I've got it. The problem is, when an old vampire disappears, even from our clan, we're so secretive that it is hard for us to find out what they were up to. Agathon's car is parked at the curb. You get in, and he starts to drive. You may have guessed that the notes we are looking for belong to an old member of our house. The problem is that we need them to continue your research. I think it's time you told me what these notes are about. What are you researching?
Maybe I can tell you something. Animal blood is disgusting, right? Technically we cannot subsist on it, but it tastes vile. We are doomed to hunt human beings for blood. The question is, can this be changed?
For a moment, Agathon starts to sound excited until he suddenly goes silent. Perhaps he's embarrassed at revealing even this much to you. You're getting used to sitting in Agathon's car in silence. He drives, you look out the window, back to Queens. Eventually, you roll up to an industrial area called Willard's Point. It doesn't really look like a place where a blood sorcerer would hang out. Agathon parks in front of a car repair shop that looks like it has seen better days. There are huge puddles of water on the road, and car wrecks strewn about.
Better be quick. If I can find this place, so can Juno.
You look around to see if someone is observing you, but there doesn't seem to be any people about. And why would there be? Who would hang around a place like this at night? Agathon tries the front door of the repair shop, then circles around to the back. You follow him. There's a broken window in the back protected by iron bars. Agathon grabs them and gives them a quick shake. The entire iron grill comes off. Startled, Agathon lowers it to the ground.
I suppose someone else has already broken in and didn't want to leave an obvious point of entry.
You and Agathon climb inside the window. It's awkward, but not difficult. Looking around, you realize that the repair shop has been abandoned for some time. It looks like homeless people have stayed here in the past, but nobody's currently squatting on the premises. You try a light switch, but nothing happens.
You know the drill. I'll do the ritual in the office. Make sure there are no interruptions.
Agathon makes his way to the repair shop's office, a slightly cleaner area than the rest of the building. He begins the ritual in the dark. Bored, you start shifting to the papers left on the office's desk. Old shift records, invoices, ads, nothing from the last decade. There's a small TV on the desk, probably from the 90s. Looking closer, you realize there's a post-it note on the middle of the TV screen. You take it. It reads, "Loser." Agathon stops gesturing.
They're not here. How is that possible?
You show him the post-it note. He takes it and looks it over, as if suspecting it might hide a devious trick.
Fuck. She has the notes. She had to gloat. We have to go.
Feels like you've spent a lot of time recently hurrying after Agathon as he walks briskly in and out of buildings and to his car. He starts the car as you close the door.
We have to go to our haven and get the notes. There's no time to waste.
Despite the urgency of his words, Agathon drives as carefully as ever. It seems that only a threat to his grandmother is enough to make him drive recklessly. What do we do with her? Is she an enemy? Let's not be hasty. I'm sure we can talk this through. Agathon doesn't sound too convinced. Juno's haven is in Brooklyn, in a waterfront warehouse. Agathon drives south to Brooklyn. This is one of the advantages of being undead. Moving at night, traffic is much lighter than if you wanted to zoom around the 5 boroughs during rush hour. Parking the car, Agathon points to a light coming from an otherwise dark yellow brick warehouse. That's her. Let's go in. Preferring to keep a low profile for now, you circle around the building and look for an alternative entry point. You find a rusty metal door with no window in it, and the very end of the building. Some kind of emergency exit. You get it open with little difficulty, entering the building with Agathon. You emerge into a light-proof room, sectioned off on one side by a cheap plywood wall. There's a flimsy-looking door that probably leads to the main warehouse area. You stop to listen. You hear 2 voices. One is clear, and you recognize that it belongs to Juno. The last time you heard her, she was shouting in a nightclub, but the voice is the same. The other voice sounds like it's coming from underwater. It has strange echoes and resonances that you can't figure out. I have the notes. There's nothing holding me here.
Very good, Juno. You'll be much happier once you've shed the shackles of the pyramid.
Yes, I think so. I wanted to ask, Karna, is it possible for me to bring another?
Another of our trapped into the hierarchy? Yes. Use your judgment. We are too powerful for them to attack us now.
Thank you. You won't regret this.
Enough waiting.
Agathon tries to break down the door by ramming into it with his shoulder. It's flimsy and breaks with surprisingly little effort. You and Agathon barge into the space and find yourself at the periphery of a candlelit ritual circle. Your eyes are drawn to the wash basin at Juno's feet. Maybe it's your imagination, but it almost feels like the water inside is emitting a wan, red light of its own.
Juno, you have to stop. Hand me the notes.
Oh, Agathon, you're such an idiot. This is beyond you now. I'll give you one last chance. Come with me. Forget Aisling and her power games. Join me and you can become your own man.
What?
Agathon seems genuinely flabbergasted at the suggestion. Blood ritual time indeed. Who's your contact, Juno? Who are you talking to? Juno smiles at you. That's a good question. Aisling Sturbridge doesn't go around trumpeting the fact that old hierarchy doesn't hold a monopoly on premier power anymore. There are other forces out there, and I'll join them. Juno picks up a bulging old folder from a chair inside the ritual circle. If this dumbass has any brains, he'll join me.
No, and not for the clan, but for my family. My real family.
Juno sighs. She doesn't look surprised at Agathon's refusal to come with her. I would have felt badly if you hadn't offered you the chance.
Come back to the chantry with me, Juno. Talk to Aisling. You'll see that this is not a good idea.
You glance at Agathon with concern. You're no sorcerer, but fighting Juno in the middle of her ritual circle doesn't seem like a good idea. 2 words. Fuck you. While Juno's attention is focused on Agathon, you lunge at her. She doesn't even have time to blink before you grab the folder from her and keep speeding out of the building. You don't look back, and you anxiously await Agathon's return by his car. It's only after a few minutes that he emerges from the warehouse, looking worse for wear. He nearly stumbles out, clearly in pain, and you see that his skin has turned to an ashy, unhealthy color. He looks at you with a smile, nonetheless. His voice is a croak.
She got away. The nuns?
You point to the folder.
Good job.
You see that he's beginning to recuperate from whatever happened inside. But as you take off, his driving is even more careful than usual, each move making him wince in pain. You sit in silence as Agathon drives you back to Manhattan. Traffic in the small hours is mercifully slight. You consider your next words. What will happen to Juno now? Is your clan really going to let her go?
Maybe. I don't really know. We have the notes, and that's what counts.
Agathon sounds almost as if he wanted Juno to escape. Perhaps it really was about the research for him. You reach the occult bookstore. After Agathon parks the car, you head inside. You climb the second floor to find Aisley and Sturbridge waiting for you. She looks surprisingly casual for someone with such power.
You have good news, I hope. Yes, we have the notes.
Agathon hands over the folder. Aisley and Sturbridge caresses the cover with obvious joy.
Wonderful. You did not disappoint. What of Juno? We were not able to stop her. She escaped.
Well, no matter. Agathon, you proved useful yet again. And Lamar, looks like the pyramid has good friend in you. You nod, not saying anything. Agathon looks relieved. You leave the bookstore with praise ringing in your ears. Even the taciturn Agathon manages a smile. You have no idea what will happen with the notes, but you feel that you've reached an understanding with Agathon. Perhaps that's enough in this world of backstabbing and betrayal that you now inhabit. We're still hungry, apparently. It's kind of crazy how often this one comes up. Okay. Oof. A piece of paper sticking out of your mailbox. It's a computer printout, a note and a screenshot from Google Maps. It reads, "Meet me at the indicated spot tomorrow at 10 p.m. I'll pick you up and we'll take it from there." No signature. The place marked on the map is the lookout point near Pier 1, just next to the Brooklyn Bridge. You check the phone that Mia passed on to you. No new messages, no missed calls. It's all a bit fishy. There's only one way to find out who addressed this to you. Looks like tomorrow evening has been planned out for you. Still hungry. Still definitely hungry. My goodness. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not reading this. That was like 3 times. Right? Yeah. We rest. Waking up feels different for 2 reasons. For one, you were pleasantly surprised that your body mended reasonably well while you were resting. It comes with a caveat, though. The hunger you feel is pronounced. The beast, like a black dog on the edge of your vision, following you. But what is truly remarkable is waking up to the tune of an old cell phone ringing. An unknown number is calling the phone you got from Mia. You pick it up. Kept that old thing charged after all, huh? You alright? No, actually, I feel like shit. Look, that's too bad. I don't really care. I was just being polite. I'm calling with good news. Torque has agreed to meet with you. There's a pub in the Bronx. Solids and Stripes. Be there tonight. 2 things. No drinking on the premises, so if you want to grab a snack, do it before setting foot in the borough. And this is an exclusively no powers meeting. We'll be rubbing shoulders with commoners the whole evening. And also, we don't trust you. So keep it casual, or you'll blow it. Anything you'd like to add? If we're to meet, I need you to offer me protection from Callahan. I met him yesterday. He kicked my ass and forbade me from meeting Torque. Did that happen? I don't remember that. Silence on the line. Fuck. More silence. I can't promise you any protection on your way there or back, but at the pub you'll be in Torque's domain. For all his posturing, Callahan can't have the balls to strike Torque directly. I have a feeling that might be coming up. Interesting glitch. We'll post additional lookouts on watch. That's the best I can do. Callahan's got you under your skin. Got on your skin, I get it. I was in that spot once or twice too. All I've got to say is the risk is worth it. If you don't show up tonight, I won't blame you. But it's a one-time offer only. You gotta hedge your bets. Don't do anything stupid. You meet with us tonight. It better be in good faith. She ends the call. First things first, you take the subway to New York Street Station, walk to Front Street, retrieve your car, and weigh your options while driving back to your haven. Definitely need a feed. You've been doing this for a good few nights. You're getting a feel for it. You're learning what kind of predator you are, and what kind of blood you crave. You're so caught up in yesterday's problems, and in this cloak and dagger debacle you're now part of, the hunt feels almost automatic and casual tonight. A fragment of you surrenders control. Just minutes after you find your victim, coax them, and drink from them, you find you've forgotten their face and how they were dressed. That only hits you once you look at yourself in your car's rearview mirror. This was wrong. You can't let this become the norm. You hurt somebody. A human being. You're a monster. You need to stay mindful of this. You're a monster, but unless you let yourself off the hook, you can hold on to your humanity and not let yourself slide down this spiral. Instead of clearing your mind, this clouds it further, and you are still no closer to a decision. You do intend to visit Torque tonight, but you decide to drive around a bit first. Something tells you there might be somebody tailing you. It sounds sensible to try and lose them. You spend a good 2 hours looking in your rearview mirror and driving all over the city before finally driving to the Bronx. You take some basic precautions as you enter Torque's turf. The park a few streets over from where the pub is and walk to it while keeping an eye out for anyone suspicious. That kindred, for the most part, look no different from regular people, makes things complicated, of course. If you're being followed or watched, it's going to be hard to tell. You reach the pub, shoot a final glance around. There's nobody suspicious around as far as you can see, and open the door. The smell of cigarettes is overwhelming. The whole place has an aura about it, a constant fog hanging right under the ceiling. The lethargic fans do nothing to disperse it. The constant crack of billiard balls and clinking glasses tell you all you need to know about the clientele. Not a very vampiric place at all. You're wondering if you got the address right. You apparently did. Mia's here. She motions you over to the few tables around.
Took your sweet time to get here. What, got cold feet? Never mind. Anyone follow you?
Weren't you supposed to, place lookouts to verify that?
We did.
Got word of you coming in a few minutes ago.
I'm just checking if you paid attention. Before I introduce you, there's still some outstanding business to discuss. You didn't prove very helpful at the bar. Carol, the bartender, mentioned that you made an effort, but as you can imagine, there are plenty of licks who use feminine pronouns in this city. Still, I'll take whatever I can get, so thanks, I guess. Come on, Torque's right here. You walk towards one of the tables. A guy in a coat and hat leans over to take his shot. He's way ahead of his opponent. The table is clear of his balls, save for the 8-ball in a tricky position. Hey, they're here.
Be with you in just a moment. The hit is fast, precise, and sends the black ball exactly where his player wanted it. His opponent lets out a frustrated sigh.
That's that. I believe that's 150 American dollars, Joey. You want to pay up now or up the stakes again?
The disgruntled man accepts his defeat and pays up, then declares he's going to grab another beer.
To the victor goes the spoils. Thank you kindly.
He turns his full attention to you. The man is good-looking, if somewhat gaunt and intense. His eyes especially seem to pierce right through to your core, but not in an unpleasant way.
Name's Torque. I believe you're Lamar, Sophie Langley's new plaything. Is that right?
Plaything? No, we're not lovers.
Huh. Apologies then. With her, that's kind of the default I hear. I did hear about your curious partnership, though. Forgive me being real with you right off the bat, but I'd like to know who I'm dealing with. So here's something I've been scratching my head about. If you're with Langley, and Langley's Cam, through and through, I'm told, what is it you've come to accomplish here tonight?
Sophie Langley wants to meet with you. Don't ask why, she didn't tell me. She just said it had something to do with gathering allies against Boss Callahan. I'm here to arrange that meeting.
The fuck? I knew nothing about this tea. They lied to me.
Mia's furious. She looks at the pool cue and at you, and if she was figuring out the best combination for the two.
It's fine. I appreciate the honesty, even if you weren't straight with my second in command. That I don't appreciate. Well, well, well. Ain't that an interesting proposition? You can't be serious thinking about meeting with Langley? She's hardline Cam. It's a trap, it must be. It just might be. It just might.
He looks at you, pierces you with his unnaturally keen eyes. He's about to say something when a door opens at the back of the room.
Hey, Torque. You got a guest. They're in the back. Mia, why don't you be a dear and keep our new friend company? I'll see what the commotion is.
Sure thing. Torque tips his hat to you and walks to the back, joining the man who called for him. Mia glowers at you, this time weighing one of the pool balls in her hand. She looks like she's half a mind to chuck it at your face.
You gotta be quite happy with yourself, bluffing your way in here.
Yeah. It might have started as a task for Sophie, but I'm glad I could meet you and Torque. Don't hold it against me. No, I'm totally going to hold it against you. And for a while, it made me look like a chump in front of Torque. I was beginning to think you might be a good addition to our little family. There's a whole lot of trust you'll have to regain before that happens now. Torque appears from a door at the back and calls from across the room.
Yo, Mia, can I grab you for a second? Lamar, get over here too.
You get to the back room. It's basically a storage area with a single wooden desk. It's pretty cramped, especially considering there's 5 other people in there with you. Torque ushers you in and closes the door from behind you and Mia. 2 burly dudes are holding someone down. A familiar voice reaches your ears.
Motherfuckers, you're gonna pay for this. You hear me? The boss is gonna fuck you up so bad. You have no idea.
Yeah, this is strange. I feel like it thinks we met Callahan, and I don't remember meeting Callahan at all.
Have you had the doubtful pleasure of meeting Mr. Cerruti before, Mr. Lamar?
I don't remember this at all, but yeah, I have a score to settle with this fucker.
You're fucked. You're so fucked you don't even know it. You stupid piece of shit. I should have ended you yesterday. The boss told you to stay away. You should have listened.
That's a story and a half, ain't it? Vince, calm down and tell me how many of your guys are still out there on my turf,
Go fuck yourself. You're done. The boss will know this stupid piece of shit fledgling came here. He knows they're with Langley. You know what that means, Torque?
No, I don't. What does it mean, Vince?
Now the boss can wipe you out. Or just say you're sucking Langley's tits and all those buddies of yours. Gone. You're gone, Torque. You're done, Torque.
Well now, if that's the case, I guess ridding New York City of your toady ass won't make things any worse, will it? Actually, there's an idea. Vince mentioned that he beat you up yesterday. Did I hear that right, Lamar? Would you like to repay the favor? Political. It's your turf, Torque. I think you should deal with him. That's a fair point of view. He takes an old pool cue and breaks it over his knee. Hold him down, bros.
Don't you fucking do it, Torque. Don't.
Torque takes the sharp piece of wood and jams it into Vince's chest. His features grow slack, his entire body inert. He doesn't even give out a yelp. Take him downstairs. Let's keep Callahan guessing about what happened to his favorite puppy. I'll figure out what to do with that cum guzzler later. The other 2 anarchs who held Vince down before talking. The other two anarchs who held Vince down before taking him out of the room. As entertaining as that was, I think Vince, in his unmatched wisdom, shared more than Callahan would hope for. This changes things. Ever heard about Operation Lights Out, Lamar? It was a Second Inquisition effort here in New York City. A single night of raids at a magnitude never seen before. Or since. The Ivory Tower got away with just a few losses here and there. No major players were hit. They managed to find safe spots and stay out of the eye of the shitstorm. Us, though, we got hit hard. All over town. Havens were rooted out. Entire coteries and safe houses gone. Just like that. Nobody saw it coming. I barely got out in one piece. Mia looks at him with concern, puts a hand on his arm. He shrugs it off, gently but surely. Others, like my child Barb, or Mia's sire, extinguished. But you know who got out without a scratch? Callahan. We've thought about it for the past few years. How is it
That Big B managed to excuse himself from the Staten Island Museum where we used to meet just before vans full of guys in body armor showed up. How is it that my baby is burning up after being shot with incendiary rounds? I also see Doug Callahan running around with his tail between his legs, pushing fledglings like you in the path of the SI. We think the bastard knew what was coming, and he set us up. Not just us. Some of our brothers and sisters who got hit had some of the lowest profiles in the city's lick population. The moral of the story? Callahan is an opportunistic motherfucker, and if even his thickest followers suggest he's going to sell me out, then that's what he's going to do, as sure as the sun rises.
He pauses for a moment, and you see him reach a decision.
You said something about Langley having an offer for me. It might be your fault in part that I'm at this juncture, but now's going to be as good a time as any as to listen to what she has to say.
I don't think that's wise, Mr. T. Well, I don't think that's wise, T. No.
Well, what would you have me do then?
You said it yourself. It's all this fledgling's fault. They brought this on us. So let's use them as a bargaining chip. Callahan wants them. Langley needs them. They're valuable.
No, you're wrong. I'm just a pawn. That's why Sophie sent me here. Plausible deniability and all that. I'm expendable. The realization that you just summarized the entirety of the last 2 weeks or so hits you hard. But if there was a moment to be honest with you, yourself, it's now.
Fuck!
The man puts his hand on Mia's shoulder. She calms down a bit. We're afraid, Lamar. But then, what else is new? It's a paradox, being who we are. The hunter one night, the hunted another. Masters of the night, slaves to the dawn. A duality to everything. Mia, I understand your concern, but I need you to trust me like you did before. This is my call and my responsibility. You can give me shit about it later, like I'm sure you will.
Count on it.
He smiles and takes on a no bullshit look and points at you. 3 conditions. First, you come pick me up, personally, and drive me to the meeting spot. Anything goes sideways, it's your ass. Second, Mia's coming with me. No 2 ways about it. 8 eyeballs in the meeting. The 2 of you, the 2 of us. Nobody else. And third, the meeting is in public, downtown, some spot frequented by mortals. We'll see you take us anywhere fishy. We check out and fuck you up as a message to Langley. I count on it not coming to that, though. You seem likable enough. The cam hasn't gotten his talons in you yet. Keep it up. Maybe you'll come to the same conclusion we did in your own time. I'll make sure to repeat your conditions to Sophie. You do that. Best be on your way. Ask for me here when you need me. The bartender knows how to get in touch. Just ask him to put the owner on the line. Mia walks you to the door and accompanies you to your car.
Listen, about what I said before.
Yeah, what about it?
I panicked. That's all that was. It was unfair what I said. If anything, it's my fault. I'm angry with myself, and that makes me angry with you. Forget it. See ya.
She starts walking back to the bar as you start the engine and head back to Sophie's apartment. Time to give Sophie the good news. She welcomes you in openly as ever, clearly excited to see you for what news you might bring. Good evening, Lamar.
How is your task going? Have something for me, perhaps?
I did what you asked. The meeting is set up. I suggest we take advantage of it quickly, though. There's going to be trouble.
Trouble? What trouble?
Boss Callahan's goons grabbed me yesterday and forced me to meet with him. It was very clear I cannot be seen talking to Torque, or he'll have me killed. I went and did it anyway.
I appreciate your dedication. I really do. I'm sorry if I got you hurt. Thank you for following through. Well, let's hear it. What did Torque agree to?
You relay the Anarch leader's conditions. You are to pick him and Mia up. The meeting should only include the four of you, and it should be held in a public space.
Those are all fair enough, although I do worry about that Mia character. Tell me, do you think she's trustworthy?
Well, Torque trusts her, so we can too, I think.
Very well. As for the place, I wonder if they would agree to meeting in Hudson Yards. The vessel. Plenty of tourists visit that place, but if we go there after midnight...
She seems to have made up her mind.
Yes. Bring them there tomorrow night. Look for me near the top level.
Do you think Torque and Mia will agree to meet in the city? It's Camarilla territory. Won't they be too cautious to come here?
They did ask me to pick the spot, did they not? It's public and in the open. They should love it. Pick them up at midnight and drive them back to Midtown. That's the plan. I'll be waiting as long as it takes. Within reason. I'm counting on you, Lamar. The final piece is about to find its way to its destination. After that, we will all get our just reward. You, me, the Camarilla, or the Camarilla, even the Anarchs. I could kiss you. Yes, you'd like that. You desire it.
She must have caught it in your expression. She smiles.
A figure of speech, darling. Or at least it is tonight. But a few nights from now, who knows? I am growing fond of you, and success whets my appetite for these kinds of things.
The sexual tension in the room becomes unbearable until it suddenly disappears. Was this another of Sophie's tricks, or an actual spark of arousal in both of your undead bodies? You certainly felt the blood flow through you for a short moment. The warmth in your groin takes you by surprise. You didn't think you could do that anymore. Or did you just imagine it?
Use the rest of the night well, Lamar, and rest. We are but a day's sleep away from shaking the city awake.
It's been a while since you've heard from D'Angelo. Maybe he's busy, sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Or maybe he's pissed off the wrong people and is now rotting in a ditch somewhere. Either way, now's a good time as any to check up on him. You make your way through the now familiar rusty maze of the grain terminal and up the stairs to D'Angelo's office. This time, however, you find the room firmly locked. There's a note pinned to the door. You rip it off and scan the crooked lettering. There's been another one at the scene now. Come to Bed-Stuy, corner of Pulaski and Garvey, ASAP. Looks like D'Angelo could use your help. Better get going. As you approach the address D'Angelo gave you, a squad car passes you by,
sirens blaring. Following it, you make a turn from DeKalb Avenue onto Pulaski Street. Sure enough, the street is awash with red light and the 4 or so police cars parked on the nearest corner, next to an ambulance, confirm that you're in the right place. You move closer to what appears to be New York's finest convention. A New York's finest convention, looking around in the hopes of spotting a familiar, if not altogether pleasant, face. No such luck. True to his Nosferatu lineage, D'Angelo is nowhere to be seen. You stop on the sidewalk across the street, try not to draw attention to yourself. All of a sudden, one of the cops standing by the entrance to the building looks straight at you. He does a double take, and you instinctively look away. Bad move, you think to yourself, and you notice him making his way toward you. Slowly but surely, you turn away and start walking in the opposite direction. The cop yells after you, trying to get your attention. You ignore him and pick up the pace. He does not let up. Suddenly, as you're passing a dark alleyway, someone grabs you by the arm and pulls you into the shadows. If the smell of cigars and cheap cologne don't give him away, the gravelly voice sure does.
Don't move a muscle.
With your back pressed against the brick wall, you remain perfectly still, waiting for the cop to walk past the alley.
Good thing I was around, huh? Come on, I'm parked nearby.
Before you know it, you're sitting in the passenger seat of a busted old sedan parked half a block away, giving you a nice view of the police gathering. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so unhinged. Sure. Why don't I talk to them? I might convince them to let us in. He gives you a look as if you just let rip a massive fart.
Right. Look, kid, it's not like I don't trust you, but how about we give that raw animal magnetism of yours a dry run, huh?
Perhaps I'm one of the cops. Pretend I'm one of the cops guarding the entrance.
Convince me to let you in.
Evening, gents. Detective Kowalski. Looks like I'm late to the party. Mind filling me in?
Kowalski, huh? Never heard of you. What precinct? Who's your CO?
Exactly. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Of course I am. So what else you got?
Hey, how about you do your shadowy, skulky thing? Maybe you can find some way to let me in from the inside?
Shadow skulky thing? God, Jesus, kid. Childish phrasing aside, it's as good of an approach as any, I guess.
Without another word, he gets out of the car and heads for a nearby back alley. You watch in silence, and he disappears into the shadows. A minute passes, then another one. Another. You begin to worry. What if there were more cops inside? What if your moldy partner has gotten himself into trouble? Suddenly, a shadowy silhouette appears in one of the windows on the second floor. Looks like he made it after all. At least, you hope it's him. The shadow waves at you and points to the corner of the building, opposite the two cops. You get out of the car and quietly make your way towards the alley. Sure enough, you find that a fire escape ladder has been conveniently dropped for you. Good work, D, you mumble to yourself, and you climb to the second floor. Cool. Finding the crime scene proves easily enough. You just follow the yellow police tape, and before you know it, you're standing in the middle of what used to be someone's living room. The place has been completely trashed, knocked over. Furniture, shattered glass, the works. Looking around, you notice a sign scribbled on a nearby wall. It reads, "His gift, our fate." You're no expert in typography, but the crooked letters look similar to the ones you saw back in Red Hook. Sure enough, there's very little in terms of blood, save for the occasional stain that's bound to end up on the carpet once you toss someone through a glass coffee table. D'Angelo leans against the doorway. He seems lost in his thoughts, sucking on his cigar compulsively and mumbling to himself. You lean over a bit, try not to make it obvious that you're listening in. You manage to catch the last few lines in this monologue.
Night's been kind to them so far, but the questions keep piling on, and now they've found themselves amidst the wreckage of another life. It was up to them to sift through the debris and come up with a neat little pile of answers.
Suddenly he tenses up, as if sensing your eyes upon him.
Feel free to chip in, kid. Anything catch your eye?
No blood, same as before.
At least none spilled. So what does that tell us?
That this was a feeding? The killer is kindred? Might be the one we're after.
Might doesn't make right. Let's not make assumptions until we see the body. Still, the pattern is consistent. God damn it, I hate where this is going. Which is, we might be right about thin blood involvement, I mean. Anyway, looks like we're not getting any more out of this place. No way around it. We gotta see the body.
In for a penny, in for a pound, might as well be prudent.
My thoughts exactly. The Dustborn have it bad as it is. If I'm gonna accuse one of them of breaching the Masquerade, I want solid evidence. And I mean rock fucking solid. Luckily for us, I might know someone who could get us an audience with our dearly departed.
To your surprise, he pulls out a cell phone, a busted old clamshell. He flips it open and spends a good minute browsing through the contacts, muttering to himself. Finally, he makes a call.
Hey, you know who this is? Yeah, that favor you owe me. Time to deliver. Listen, I know you got a fresh one, the murder in Bed-Stuy. I need to take a look. Yes, now. Yeah, you better.
With that, he hangs up and gives you his trademark wry smile. Wait, aren't cell phones an issue for the Camarilla?
Only if you tell him. Look, kid, I don't use it willy-nilly, all right? It's for special occasions. You don't always have time to throw fucking rocks at windows. Can you live with that? Or should I worry about being sent to the principal's office?
Relax, D. I'm not gonna rat on you. He shoots you a smile. For some reason, it seems less crooked than usual.
Good to know, kid. Anyway, looks like my guy's gonna come through. Next stop, Kings County.
Kings County, the bleeding heart of Brooklyn. It's beating as hard as ever, with ambulance after ambulance bringing in sick and wounded New Yorkers to be pumped through the tight arteries of the healthcare system. It's a dangerous place for a kindred to show their face, incessantly crowded and full of people who specialize in noticing all sorts of physical afflictions, especially the sort that make up the very essence of a vampire's existence. For instance, death. Thankfully, your business here tonight keeps you away from the hectic human hive of the ER. Instead, you follow D'Angelo to a relatively quiet part of the underground parking lot that's closest to your current point of interest, the Kings County Morgue. Having found yourself a convenient and suitably unlit spot near the hospital wall, you wait patiently for D'Angelo's contact to appear. Every now and then, you glance over at the undead gumshoe as if to make sure his moldy mug isn't showing any signs of worry. It isn't, or at least he's very good at hiding it. Finally, after 30 minutes or so, a lone figure emerges from a side entrance. As the human-shaped shadow walks by, You're quick to recognize him as the EMT you saw back at the murder site. Clearly nervous, the 20-something-year-old redhead can't seem to help but look back and make sure no one is following him. Finally, he stops and lights up a cigarette. Without even looking in your direction, he takes a puff and exclaims something to no one in particular. Room 112. You got 20 minutes. D'Angelo speaks without looking to you.
That's our cue.
You follow the fanged detective to the same door the EMT walked out of. Luckily, this wing of the hospital seems unusually empty. Still, the confidence with which D'Angelo makes his way through the white and green corridors makes it clear. He's been here before. Finally, he stops in front of one of the doors. Room 112. That's your stop. The room is small, with only one oversized freezer by the wall and a single slab mounted to its center. Sure enough, the body of a middle-aged man splayed out on a steel surface. Even for a dead man, he seems unnaturally pale. Extreme blood loss will do that to you. Try as you might, you can't help but look at the man's face, his features twisted in abject horror. This was not a peaceful death. Looking closely, you notice 2 small puncture wounds on the victim's neck. If ever was a clearer sign of a vampire attack, you've yet to see it. Looking over at D'Angelo, you notice his lips moving in a familiar fashion. He's narrating again. Before he can utter an intelligible word, you cut in a remark. Jesus. The look on his face, it's like nightmare fuel.
No kidding, which means he was fully aware all the way through. He knew he was dying, which, combined with the blood loss and the teeth marks on his neck, confirms our hypothesis. We have a serial thin blood on our hands. Fuck.
As if on cue, the door swings open. A tired-looking man with a stethoscope around his neck walks in. With his eyes fixed on his clipboard, he doesn't appear to notice you. Yet. Letting your instincts take over, you pounce on the unsuspecting doctor, plunging your fangs into his aorta. The precious liquid tastes sickeningly sweet, making you feel a bit lightheaded. It appears the good doctor has been getting high on his own supply. It takes you a moment to get your fill. When you're finally done, you immediately feel D'Angelo's eyes upon you. You start coming up with an excuse, but he just smirks.
You're quick, kid. I'll give you that. Beat me to it by a pube. Now come on, let's get out of here. Time to pay for our dear Primogen another visit.
Robert Larson's home looks about the same as last time. No added security, no angry dogs prowling the yard. It appears that the thin-blood Primogen would rather risk another visit from his old pal D'Angelo than arouse suspicion of his family and neighbors. Which is good, considering that's what he's about to get. Sure enough, the light in Larson's study is on, and you even glance a glimpse of the man himself shuffling around the room. You look over to D'Angelo, wondering how you're going to get Larson's attention this time. Without a single word, D'Angelo walks over to a nearby street lamp and leans against it, making sure he's visible to any and all who happen to look. Looks like time for subtlety is over. It only takes a couple minutes for Larson to take notice. You see him lean against the window and storm out of the room. In mere seconds, he's out in front and in D'Angelo's face.
Listen to me, you moldy fuck. I've had enough of your shit. You want to pester me? Fine, but leave my family out of it.
For a moment, D'Angelo just stands there, motionless, allowing Larson to get his frustration out. Suddenly, he grabs the thin blood by the collar, lifts him up the ground, and smashes his back against the lamppost.
Are you finished? All right, now you listen to me. And you listen good. You think I'm enjoying this? You think I like to be jerked around? You think I got nothing better to do than hang around this little puppet theater you made for yourself? Now, either you give me a lead I can follow, or I'll start remembering things you'd rather forget.
For the first time since you met him, Larson looks speechless. His eyes wide with fear. He can only mutter under his breath.
You wouldn't dare. Try me.
Cue awkward silence. You stand there, shifting your eyes from one vampire to the other. Guess it's time to either press the advantage or play the good cop. Take it easy, D'Angelo. Let's not make a scene.
Why not? I like making a scene. It's not like we're getting shit done. Might as well make a show of it.
If you want my help, put me the fuck down. With his feet back on the ground, Larson straightens his collar in a faint attempt at preserving some shrewd dignity.
There's a place in Manhattan, Lower East Side. One of the few places in this city where my people can find shelter. Yeah, I know it. If you go there right now, you might find what you're looking for.
D'Angelo stares at him for a moment, just long enough to make it uncomfortable.
We'd better.
Finally, D'Angelo loosens his grip. You both watch Larson limp back to his house, looking back over his shoulder, like he's going to tell the teacher on you. You look to your partner, meaning to ask what the whole things you'd rather forget deal was, as if sensing your curiosity. D'Angelo cuts in with a preemptive mutter.
Come on, we got what we came for.
As you reach the address Larson gave you, you find yourself standing in front of what looks like an old garage. On the outside, the place looks as uninteresting as it gets. You'd think it abandoned, if not for the few barely working lights illuminating its shabby facade. Once you're inside, however, if ever there was a place worthy to be called a wretched hive of scum and villainy, this is probably it. The room is littered with drunks and crackheads, human and thin blood alike, their minds lost in their cruel little worlds, their bodies splayed out across the floor. D'Angelo leans over and whispers in your ear.
I'll cover the back door. You stay near the front. Let's look around and see what we can find.
Before you can ask what exactly you're supposed to be looking for, D'Angelo disappears into the shadows. Focusing your senses, you plunge into the full spectrum of the room, hoping to hear someone or something worthy of attention. You regret it almost instantly. The room becomes a deafening echo chamber, a sea of babbling lunatics of muttered curses and drug-induced ramblings. You're almost ready to give it up when a faint whisper catches your attention. A female voice, soft, trembling. The gift. He speaks to us. The blood speaks. A few words are enough to tell you. Just hit the jackpot. You follow the voice to its source, a young woman hunched in the corner of the room. As you walk towards her, D'Angelo emerges from the shadows right next to you.
Nice catch.
He kneels down beside her. You can tell he's trying to sound as comforting as possible, but with his gravelly timbre, it's not really working out.
Hey, it's okay. We're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk.
No, don't talk. Too loud. Too loud. She seems halfway out of it, like the lights are on, but whoever's inside is stumbling around after one hell of a bender.
All right, you like quiet, got it. Can you tell me your name?
Sana. That's what he called me. Suddenly you hear the door swing open behind you. Even though the night is fairly warm, a cold chill runs down your spine. You look towards the entrance. There is a woman standing there, and something about her just screams kindred. Even though she seems comically overdressed for the situation, somehow you don't feel like cracking a smile. Whoever she is, you can tell she means business. She starts making way to the back of the room, not making any effort to sidestep any of the junkies or drunks. They all know well enough to get out of her way. Acting out of bravery or sheer stupidity, you walk up to her. She looks at you as if you were something she just scraped off her shoe. You smile nervously, without even knowing it. Sure. As soon as you open your mouth, her hand shoots out, grabbing you by the throat. The woman looks at you, tilting her head, as if examining a curious species of insect. Suddenly, her eyes shift as she notices something behind you. Her face turns from disgusted curiosity to sheer annoyance.
You. Hey, Val. This is my assistant. You got there. Do you mind?
She rolls her eyes. You feel the grip of your neck loosen, and you awkwardly fall to your feet. She makes her way towards D'Angelo, pushing you aside like a rag doll.
Where is she? You're gonna have to be a bit more specific, darling.
Don't play coy, Jeannie. The manslayer. I know she's here. A blood hunt has begun. By order of the prince herself, the girl is to meet her final death.
Hold your horses, honey. I'm conducting an investigation under the auspices of the sheriff. That counts for something, too.
Look, sweetie, I'm not here for some clit measuring contest. You want things to get ugly? Be my guest. Otherwise, I suggest you step aside and let me do my job.
By all means.
He steps aside in a comically exaggerated fashion. You look at the corner where you last saw Sana, but find no trace of the girl.
Well, I'll be. I could swear she was just here.
Valerie looks at D'Angelo. She smiles softly, but you can tell she's trying very hard not to rip his head off.
You'll regret this. Story of my life.
Without another word, she turns on her heels and storms out. D'Angelo waves his hand in your general direction.
Come on, kid. Let's get out of this shithole.
As you emerge from said shithole, you find the cool night breeze caress your face. It's soothing and almost makes you forget how shitty the last few hours have been. Almost.
Okay, kid. I know you've got questions, but it's getting early and I don't have time. I don't feel like having a Q&A session right now. But now, you get one question. Make it count.
It's still hard to believe that girl is our killer. Do you know where she ran off to?
Not sure, but I might have some ideas. The important thing is, we know who we're looking for. Too bad Valerie knows it too. She's a scourge, kid. Part enforcer, part assassin. All around pain in the ass. We'll be seeing more of her. You can bet on that. And before you ask, yes, we've run into each other in the past. No, we don't feel like talking about it. Alright, kid. I don't know about you, but I'm turning it. I'll figure some stuff out and keep looking for our girl. Feel free to swing by the office in a night or two.
And with that, he stumbles off into the distance, not even bothering to keep to the shadows. Can't say you blame him. It really has been a rough night. And I think I'm gonna call it here. I know it's a little early for when I normally would call it, but it just feels like a good stopping point. Yeah. So, thank you for tuning in. Very, very much appreciated. It's always great to have people, chiming in, even though like I know that these streams are going to be me mostly not necessarily ignoring the chat, just like I won't be engaging with the chat quite as much as I typically do. But it's still really nice to like hear the commentary you guys. Great. And yeah, I'm loving this. It's a great story. I'm feeling like I'm like hitting a pretty good stride with figuring out my voices and all that. But yeah, I'm going to I guess I'll see y'all on Thursday. So I'll be back 7 o'clock, my normal time. 7 to midnight. But yeah, wow, that was good vampire stories. I've honestly, this has been like kind of nostalgic for me because it's very much reminding me of Bloodlines. One of the first things that I would do with Bloodlines is I would go to the hospital, because it's just like a wacky bit of like dialogue that you experience when you go to the hospital, and they have blood there, and there's just a lot of stuff to do. So it was cool to finally go to a hospital. And also to a metal show, because that's also where I would spend the majority of my time in the Bloodlines, because they have like a kind of, I wouldn't say a metal show, but they have like alternative like bars that you can go to that are very much like they're playing Lacuna Coil and all that. So it's a whole vibe. So it was cool to get to see the Anarchs. Oh man, the Anarchs are cool. I'm a fan. But I'm not sure if I want to necessarily side with them, because I will do that when I do my Bruja run. So I feel like the Tremere are a lot more vague in their allegiances, or not the Tremere, the Toreadors are a little more vague in their allegiances. They definitely, like, you know, live with inside the Camarilla and like uphold the Masquerade, but they also, you know, they don't necessarily agree with the Ventru and the way they think that, or like the way the Ventru think that the Masquerade needs to be upheld and all that. So we might you know, play both sides a little bit. Really weird that we had the whole Callahan thing happen without it actually happening, but I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, and stay safe out there. I swear to God, when I say that these days, it feels like so much more foreboding than when I say it for Fallout, which is, it's like Fallout just feels like, oh, just stay safe out there, guys. You know, it's a wasteland. But like this one's like, sure, there's zombie. No, not zombies. Vampires. Maybe zombies. I don't know. Maybe. I don't actually know if there's zombies that exist. Maybe they'd be thralls. I don't know. But anyway, stay safe out there, guys.